democracy and importance of good governance becomes almost impossible. And the appeal of the parties of the far right, with their dogma of disruption, division, and despair, it just becomes too alluring. We see it today with respect, with reform, just as we did in previous times with the National Front and the British National Party. Lack of economic growth, it is the cause. Nigel Farage, today's incarnation of the politics of Enoch Powell, is the effect. And here's why. Since the 2008 financial crisis, Western economies everywhere have shared a common problem of low growth. An aging population, productivity stagnation, and a global trading tensions all contribute towards the West's sluggish economic growth. In the years before the financial crisis, the USA and Europe achieved growth rates of between 2 and 3%. Today's average annual growth in many advanced economies is lower than it has been for decades. In the UK, if we had continued Labour's pre-2008 growth trend and nothing else had changed, no financial crisis, no pandemic, no Brexit, no Boris Johnson, no Liz Truss, we would have had 21% higher GDP by now, £240 billion more in revenue each year. We could have spent it on schools, on hospitals, police, and defence. People's average wages would be £7,000 higher today as a result of that growth which we have missed out on. So, to those, like the Green Party, who dismiss the importance of higher economic growth, to every family in this country, I say, economic growth is the route to stronger community cohesion, greater personal prosperity, and securing national renewal. So let me be absolutely candid with you. This government inherited a national growth crisis, an emergency, and we are still living with that emergency in Britain today. Economic growth is too low, too slow, and too regionally imbalanced. As a result, Britain's economy, it punches below our weight. Our national prosperity is below trend, and public services lack the resources that they require. And people are less well off than they should be. Britain's national growth emergency demands a proportionate response, not just a focus, but a fixation on the fundamental challenge facing Britain to buck the trend and get Britain growing again. Every decision we take must make the UK's economy a better place to do business, to start a business, to invest in a business and grow a business with the rights of consumers and employees secured as we do so. Too many of our citizens feel decision-making has become distant, that politics too often serves itself or the interests of a ruling elite, not the people it claims to represent. Economic systems, too, can seem to reward speculation more than contribution, fast buck over the long term, division more than cooperation. The answer does not lie in tearing down our institutions, turning in on ourselves, turning a deaf ear to those with legitimate concerns in pretending it is impossible to return to some imagined golden age that never existed in the first place. The answer lies in renewing our democracy by making it more cooperative, more transparent, more responsive to those people that it serves. That's what cooperative politics means to me. A renewed democracy where hope, optimism, and positivity are the hallmarks of political activism, not hate, negativity, or division. Where reform is the product of a parliamentary progress, not a byword for racism, bigotry, and reaction. Cooperative politics begins with a simple principle: shared responsibility. It recognizes that trust cannot be demanded. It must be earned through openness, participation, and fairness in how power is exercised, It means government that works with communities, not over them. Businesses that measure success by both profit, fair pay, and social purpose too. Public services designed around partnership between professionals, volunteers, and citizens. In other words, cooperative politics is not about ideology, it's about good governance. It's about building a society that works because people have a stake in it. It is about recognizing that prosperity, opportunity, and security for all is the everyday purpose of our political project. It offers a progressive middle ground between unrestrained markets and over-centralized government, between abandoning too many people to struggle on alone and leaving too many people reliant on welfare handouts, food banks, and a lifetime on benefits. A progressive middle ground where people have the opportunity to get on, the support to do well, and the security that comes from having a government that is on their side, not just on their case. Cooperative politics, it means supporting local ownership and enterprise so communities share in the wealth that they create. Strengthening partnerships in education, housing, and healthcare where public and private effort align with social purpose. Encouraging ethical businesses and cooperative investment where success is measured by contribution as well as competition. It's not about replacing the state or the market. It's about reconnecting them with citizens who feel both empowered and accountable, communities exercising more powers devolved to them from Whitehall, and government recognizing that the potential of new technology to reshape the relationship between citizens and the state. The Rochdale pioneers once wrote that their goal was to arrange the powers of production, distribution, education, and government for the benefit of all. That vision, it still speaks to us today. It reminds us that democracy is not just a political system, it is a social contract between equals. Our task is to renew that contract, to make trust in government possible again, not by blind faith, but by shared power and responsibility. It means picking up the mantle of the Rochdale pioneers and finding this generation's answer to the challenge that they set for us almost 2 centuries ago. Today, the pursuit of prosperity, opportunity, and security for all, the rebuilding of trust between government and the governed, requires economic growth. The pioneering spirit that they showed then challenges us to go further and to go faster today. Let nothing stand in the way of political progress, popular prosperity, equal opportunities, and economic security. That requires each of us, cooperators, consumers, citizens, corporations, and yes, government, to ask what more each of us can do to address the growth emergency that our country faces. No matter how bold, how creative, how unconventional that it seems, to secure the economic prosperity that our people and our country need so much. The pioneers of the cooperative movement show that with daring and determination. It can be done. Because cooperation, it's not weakness, it is strength made fair. And politics at its best is the art of working together for the common good. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Peter. You probably couldn't see it from where you were sat, but he is just so smooth and slick. He was doing that from an iPad. So I need to learn how to break away from these notes. But what commitment to our movement and our sector from the Business Secretary. Thank you so much, Peter, for that. Now, our next speaker is the first woman to lead her union and the first woman to chair labour unions. She's the General Secretary of a Co-op Party affiliated union, and we're proud to have campaigned alongside her in the fight to end retail crime. It's my pleasure to introduce Joanne Thomas. Joanne.
old school paper, I'm afraid. Good morning, and thank you, Jim, for that very kind introduction and for all the vital work that you do as a Co-operative Party chair and, of course, as a Usdaw MP too. It's an absolute pleasure to be here among so many friends across the cooperative and labour movement, because I'm proud today and every day that Usdaw is an affiliate of the Co-operative Party. I'm proud of our joint history, our joint values and our joint priorities for the future, because our shared roots stretch right back to the very beginning of both of our movements. In fact, those roots grew in the same soil, in the shops and the communities of the industrial north, where working people came together to stand up to democracy, decent treatment and dignity. And today, over 130 years after our union was formed by co-op workers in Manchester, we organise members in co-op societies right across the country, big and small. We're even the recognised union for the Co-operative Party staff, so I think that says a lot. And more than any other union, we grew from and with the cooperative movement. And while the world around us has changed, those shared roots between our movement still run very deep. And in an increasingly fragmented world, they mean more than ever. As we seek to build strong communities where high streets thrive and people working in them have a strong voice, the Community Britain campaign is closely aligned with our own campaign, Retail at the Heart of Our Communities. We share the belief that empowered communities are better communities, better for the economy and better for the members who live and work within them. The Co-op Party has always recognised that retail workers are at the heart of our communities and they deserve to be respected. This party has a steadfast ally and is a steadfast ally of retail workers, always supporting our members to fight for stronger protections against violence and abuse. Through our joint campaigning, we have delivered crucial changes in the law, creating a specific offence of assaulting a shop worker. In Scotland, with the Protection of Workers Act, won by the Scottish Labour and the Co-op's Daniel Johnson, and in England and Wales, with the Labour government's Police and Crime Bill, getting justice for retail workers, and sending that clear message that violence, threats and abuse are not and never will be part of the job. Oh. Friends, that is campaigning and that is cooperation in action, turning our shared values into real and lasting change, bringing together the trade union movement, politicians and employers to keep workers safe. And I'd like to particularly thank all of you who have got involved with our Respect for Shop Workers Week over this past week. It's been absolutely fantastic to see so much support for our members. It's an opportunity for us to reflect on what we've achieved and what work there still needs to be done. Working together to stamp out retail crime, better reporting and police resources to ensure that delivery drivers are protected too. We won't stop fighting for our members because everyone deserves an absolute minimum to feel safe at work. And everyone deserves to be secure at work too. When it comes to security at work, we are at a critical moment. After 14 years where workers' rights were undermined by the Tories, the Employment Rights Bill is set to make things fairer. Whether it's banning exploitative zero-hour contracts or ensuring sick pay is paid from day one of an illness, or introducing new trade union rights so that workers can regain their collective strength, all of this is crucial as workers face huge pressures from living costs. The government must stand firm behind its commitment to make work pay by getting this bill passed in full. Maintaining eye contact with Peter Kyle while I say that. Because we can't allow the Tory and Lib Dem lords to drive a wrecking ball through it. Oh. By getting details right in secondary legislation and by getting the resources in place to make sure new rights are enforced, all of us across the movement must keep making the case for fairness, security and a better deal for working people. That's a huge focus for my union. It will also be my priority as Chair of TULO, a position I'm honoured to have been elected to, bringing together all of the affiliated unions through cooperation, consensus building and collective strength. All concepts that are very familiar to everyone in this room. And it's absolutely essential for us to make a difference now and in the years ahead on employment rights, on industrial strategy, on skills and so much more. We must work together with the government to deliver for working people. But after 14 years of Tory misrule, we know that's an uphill climb. 14 years where our public services were driven into the ground and our economy was battered. Our families have been pushed into poverty, and this government has taken important steps forward to support the most vulnerable in society. A national minimum wage that takes into account the cost of living for the very first time. An employment rights bill that offers genuine security at work. A huge expansion in free childcare provisions and free breakfast clubs into school. 500,000 more free school meals projected to lift 100,000 kids out of poverty. But there is much more work to be done. When nearly a third in retail and distribution workers say their children are missing out because of financial pressures. When a retail worker says, I've had to move into a van because I couldn't afford to live in my house anymore. Or my daughter loves history, but I can't take her to a museum because I can't afford the train fare. And our clothes come from a charity shop and we have to eat and live from the help of a food bank. Or I feel like I'm falling deeper into debt each month and I can't see a way out. These are real stories. The tip of the iceberg are just a few examples of that our members have told us. And believe me, there are many, many more just like that. And these are people who work hard, who just want to provide for their families, but they feel like the system is rigged against them. And as we look ahead to the budget, our message is clear. We need more action. We need bold action on child poverty. And we need support with essential bills for those who need it most. We need a renewed commitment to rebuilding our public services, our high streets and our communities. And we need a fairer taxation so that those with the broader shoulders carry their share of the weight. The sense of injustice that so many people feel is being exploited. We see this with the growth of the far-right and populist party. And we know that elections next year in Scotland and in Wales and local councils are going to be extremely tough. But we know too that reform are no friend of the working people. You just have to check their voting record. At every turn they've voted against the Employment Rights Bill. They want to cut the minimum wage for young workers who are already paid less than their older colleagues for doing the same job. They want to slash public spending and to cut our already struggling services to the bone. And where they've got into power locally, they've made it quite clear that they cannot even run a Zoom meeting, let alone the country. Oh. One of their own MPs described them as a pirate ship. You couldn't make it up, could you? With an ill-disciplined crew and a buccaneering captain. And that's themselves talking about themselves. But while they drift without direction, we must chart a strong and steady course back towards the core values of community and fairness and equality. Values that are so important to us all. values that are under such serious threat, and we must shift that power back to the communities and offer positive change, just as the Co-operative Party have been advocating. Because the likes of Farage seek to divide us, pitching community against community, neighbour against neighbour, and worker against worker. But we know the real struggle is between dignity and exploitation, between fairness and greed, between hope and fear. And we know the way to win that struggle is we must stand together, across workplaces, across generations, and across our movement, and make every single community thrive, and make a better deal for all working people, and build a better Britain for every single one of us. Thank you, and enjoy your conference.
Thank you, Joanne. And I could see from the response in the room that political message of organisation, but also of hope, and kind of staying firm to what we have set our course on is really important. And we look forward to working with USDOR for the future. Now, for our next speaker, and Steve, we've known each other for a long time, so I can say privately in this room, there's nobody listening. What's going on in politics? It's like the mixture of traitors comes Game of Thrones. It's like Machiavelli meeting Dad's army. How on earth you put up with those reform county councils is beyond me. But seriously, when we talk about Community Britain and we talk about why we're here today, Steve, I know that you just don't agree with this, you believe it. I know that you're not just here to receive it today, that you were one of the pioneers that helped build it. All those years ago when we set up the Cooperative Council Innovation Network, pioneers from the front leading that charge. It's actually politics can be done differently. So Steve, it's my pleasure to welcome you today as Secretary of State.
We can live up to the Dad's Army billing, Jim. Thank you very much. Can I return the compliment? Can I thank you, Jim? We've known each other for well over 10 years, never imagining that we could be in a position to effect change like this. But I want to thank you for the work you've done in leading the Co-op Party through from opposition into government and remaining such a powerful advocate for the values of cooperation as we start to reshape the country in power. Thank you much, Jim. Now, it's great to be here and speaking to you today. As your Labour and Co-op Secretary of State for Communities, I feel both very, very proud, but also very much at home. As a councillor myself for many years, I learned on the streets of Lambeth that bringing people together to find answers to the challenges they face is the best way of finding practical solutions to sometimes very complex problems. And at a time when democracy itself is under threat from the far right, it shows us a way to protect democracy by remaking democracy around people and the communities that they're part of. Now, the Cooperative Council we shaped in Lambeth happened at a time of Tory-imposed funding cuts, but it was never driven by those cuts. It was about creating the kind of communities that people wanted to live in, where neighbours talk to each other, where public services respond to what their users want and need, where politics is directly accountable to people and not only to politicians. And it worked. When we gave young people a bigger say over youth services to tackle an upsurge in violent youth crime, they cut violent crime by a third in 18 months. When Brixton Market was dying on its feet and threatened with demolition, we set up a cooperative that launched Brixton Village, which is still a thriving, buzzing hub for local food and retail businesses, creating jobs, bringing in visitors and investment all these years later. we set up Brixton Solar as a community-owned co-op to generate energy on the rooftops of a council estate. It's now called Repowering, and it's become the country's biggest community-owned clean energy generator. We found answers to the problems we faced in our own communities, but it was the principles of cooperation that unlocked those answers. It worked in Lambeth as it's worked in many other places before and since. And today it can help us reshape our politics and our decision-making in government. More than 20 councils came together to form the Co-op Councils Innovation Network. But how much more could we have achieved with a cooperative government supporting us instead of a Tory government ratcheting up poverty and imposing austerity? Today, that golden opportunity is in our hands. So when Westminster gets stuck in one of its bouts of nasal gazing, as Jim was referring to, I remember what our Prime Minister told us as we were preparing for power. Country first, party second. The moment our movement has craved for decades is here in front of us today. So let's seize it and bring about the change the people of this country voted for. Now, a few weeks ago, I launched the Pride in Place programme, an expression of cooperative values in action. 244 of our poorest neighbourhoods, the places held back the most by the Tories, will get up to £20 million each to put pride back into their local areas. That amount of funding for those communities is an absolute game changer. But best of all, it's local people themselves who will decide how it gets spent. Local people know best what's gone wrong in their own area, so they will choose what to prioritise for that investment. Taking over empty buildings to turn them into something useful for the community, creating a small business hub or a skills training centre to prepare people for work, renewing public spaces that have become absolute eyesores, bringing life and people back to dying high streets, improving public transport, upgrading public services. The only limit on what they can do is their own creativity and their own ingenuity. The funding targets our poorest communities, but we will use the same principles so everywhere can benefit. A new cooperative development unit will support the social economy. New powers to clamp down on unwanted vape shops, bookies, fake barbers proliferating on the high streets. A community right to buy that could bring new life to close down pubs. These are the answers, and they're cooperative answers, to problems we hear about on the doorsteps as we go out campaigning. People feel that politics has not fixed the problems they face, and that's led to a breakdown of trust in the old politics. But if we give people a bigger say over their own lives, their own communities, we can rebuild that broken trust by remaking politics around people themselves. Now, there are parties and there are politicians who feed off the decline and division. As we've been hearing from the speakers so far, that is all Farage's Reform Party is about. But whatever our differences in our backgrounds, wherever we come from, people have a shared interest in making their own community as successful as it can be. So that is where we must build the bridges that bring people together. Our Pride in Place programme shows the approach Labour will use to rebuild this country community by community, and still until we have made the politics of division completely irrelevant. The last Labour government improved this country immeasurably for the better, but we focused too much on doing things to people rather than giving them the power to make change for themselves. So when the Tories eventually came into government in 2010 and imposed austerity, They found it all too easy to turn off the funding and watch communities just sink. Well, we won't make that mistake again. We will extend devolution to transfer power to the most local level so people can change the things they see in their own lives and on their own doorsteps that they want to change. This is the new politics of Community Britain, built around people so they can take back control in a meaningful way over their own lives. Now, the politics of community demands that we always ask two questions. How can we share power more? And how does that make change that people can feel? And you can see that in our housing reforms. If you're one of the 11 million people in this country who rent their home, our new Renters' Rights Act will give you more control and greater security over where you live. You can sit back in the warmth of your own home, knowing that your family can no longer be evicted for no reason, or face a mid-year rent hike you simply can't afford. And if you're a leaseholder, we're scrapping the feudal leasehold system and replacing it with common hold so people can take control of how their homes are managed and the charges they pay for it. No more unexplained charges that mount up year after year. No more managing agents that won't pick up the phone or reply to your emails. If something goes wrong, you'll know it will be fixed without costing you the earth. But perhaps above all else, it's my job to get Britain building again, to meet the promise of 1.5 million new homes during this Parliament. So we'll build, baby, build. And it's good to see some of the hats in the audience. But they have a very serious message. We'll build, baby, build, because that's the only way to solve the housing crisis that we face in this country. A crisis that's seen rough sleeping on our streets double over the Tory years. A crisis that's seen twice as many families living in so-called temporary accommodation, but often for years on end, because they don't have a decent, affordable, permanent home to live in. The Tories didn't care, but no Labour government will tolerate this. There is power in having a roof over your own head. So we're investing £39 billion to build the most new social and council homes seen in this country for over a generation, because a secure home is a change that every family in this country deserves to feel. But we can get more innovative with this and explore how we can boost the role of cooperatives in the housing mix. I'm very interested in the intergenerational co-housing models we see in Denmark and parts of North America. Earlier this year, we announced new capital finance for community-led housing, and we're revising the planning rules to open up who can build it. We've announced plans for a new generation of new towns, and they could be exemplars of these same principles, not just community-led housing, but community gardens, architectural designs which encourage people to interact, new town squares, community food growing schemes, community energy generation, like the garden cities of the 1930s and the new towns of the post-war era. Our new towns allow this generation to rethink how we live together for the decades to come. Now, I learned from Brixton Village in the 2010s that when it comes to neighbourhood regeneration, community engagement isn't just a box to tick. It's a way of ensuring that regeneration works better for everyone. Now, my journey in politics has taken me from a town hall to Whitehall, but I never forgot where I came from. Now I want to work with councils across the country to find new ways to share power with the communities that they serve. The politics of community means democracy is more than a cross on a piece of paper every 4 years. It has to be a process that involves people in the decision that affects their lives every day. The managers who run our council estate should be more accountable to the people who live there. Older people should have a bigger say over the services they use and what they want to achieve with their lives. People should have a say over the kind of homes that are built in their neighbourhood and what they look like. As we go further with devolution and the reorganisation of local government, I will make sure that a politics of community means we give people a bigger say and make good on our commitment to do things with people, not to people. Because no one has a better idea of what they need than the mums and dads using prenatal services, than the teenager living on an estate terrified by knife crime, than the older person who needs someone to come into their home and help around the house. Politicians don't know best, people do. And sharing power with other people is what it means to be a cooperator. Our community is the thread that ties together everything we do. It's the prism through which people experience politics. It's how we should do politics, and it's how we should talk about politics. We have to explain what economic growth means for jobs and wages in everyone's own local community. We have to show how more police means less crime and antisocial behaviour on your own local street. We need to show how building more homes means the dream of home ownership can become a reality for your kids. Whether it's in their family, their community, or in their workplace, people will only believe in the change we promised if it's change they can feel. In an age when people have lost trust in politics, people need to know that we trust them enough to share our power with them. This is how we can make our communities more resilient against the challenges they face, and more confident in navigating a future that's full of change. The bond between the Labour and Co-operative parties is the strongest in British politics. We really can write the future together. The Co-op Party's Community Britain campaign has expanded the ambition of what this government can achieve and made the case for a new politics where people, not politicians, drive creative and innovative change. What an opportunity we now have to bring Britain together behind those cooperative values that can shape a better future for every single one of us. Thank you very much.
What an amazing morning of keynote speeches. We'll just give another round of applause for our keynote speeches this morning. So we're coming to our first panel of the day. Those of you with eagle eyes on the programme will notice that I am not Gareth Snell. Gareth Snell was one of the many victims of the train fiascos from various parts of the country today, so he is on his way, and you will see him on the stage later on. But we're going to kick off the sort of panel section of this morning with really kind of like the biggest question of this conference and the question that this conference is seeking to answer, which is what is the political case for community power and why does Community Britain matter and why have we done it and why have we themed an entire conference around it? And it builds on the first Community Britain report that we did, which was called Stories from Community Britain. It's a piece of work that I'm hugely proud of, and I know everyone in the Co-op Party team is, where we spoke to a whole bunch of community leaders about the work that they are doing in their community and what they wish politics would do for them and how it could help them more. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. So I'm going to introduce our wonderful speakers. On the end, we have Kirsty McNeil, Nightingale, who's the Labour and Co-operative MP for Midlothian and a minister in the Scotland office and someone that works incredibly closely with us on community power. Another change of the programme, rather than your colleague Sasha Bedding, we have Andy Jackson, who's one of the community leaders of We're Right Here and the campaign leader, stepping in as Sasha's unwell. And next to me we have Emily Bolton, who's the chief executive and founder of Our Future, which is an amazing organisation working in post-industrial communities on community leadership. And so I'm going to go to the panel first for some sort of opening thoughts, and then I think we're going to open the floor to questions, so an opportunity to reflect on some of what you've heard this morning and we'll hear on this panel. So I'm going to ask, and I'm just going to go down the row if that's okay, I'm going to ask each of our panellists just an opening question really, which is what community power means to you and why you think it matters to this moment in politics. So Kirsty, if it's okay, I'll start with you.
So I think when we were preparing for this, you asked us to reflect on like why community power, and honestly I just want to turn that question on its head. It's like I'm spending less time thinking about what's the case for community power and thinking what on earth is the case for the alternative. Like, what is anyone thinking when they think that power should be hoarded rather than shared? And the fact that you're all here as co-operators means you've already internalised the case, right? Because it's axiomatic for our politics that we should share wealth and power. I think what my job really is to do is to help you litigate that case. You already believe it, but there's three main objections that you might hear when you're trying to make the case out in politics. And the first is it doesn't always work. So when you hand power to community, sometimes things go wrong. And I think we have to say, that's true. We have to own that. And when we were setting up Community Britain, one of the things I asked the party to do is, look, can we stop showcasing the shiny bit at the end? Because it just makes people feel, I don't have that within me to regenerate an entire high street or take over a community asset. You have to show people the valley of death, right? The point where everyone resigned, they couldn't get insurance, the committee all hated each other. You have to show the journey if you want all of us to believe that it's possible to get to the destination. So we just need to accept that, yeah, sometimes things go wrong, and that's because life is messy. The second thing people sometimes say is they might fight. If you give power to communities, they might not agree on things. And that always reminds me of Harriet Harman used to tell the story when she was first applying for jobs in the law, that she went for an interview and she was the first kind of woman in that round of recruitment. And she went for an interview and she heard the people who were interviewing her talking about her outside. They went, we've already got one. What if they fight? Right, and that's as nonsensical an argument now as it was then. Yeah, people might fight, but one thing that you might have heard me say at Labour Party conferences, the main insight from cognitive behavioural therapy, the main insight is that your feelings follow your behaviours, not the other way around. So if you want people to be more united, you have to get them doing things together. There's no point just saying, I'm waving a placard against division. You actually have to get people doing hard work with people they disagree with. And in the course of working together and winning together, they'll start to trust each other more and be more united. And the third challenge you sometimes hear, and I particularly want to address this one head on because you get it from inside the left, so that's why it's very potent for us to know how to answer it. Sometimes you hear people saying, but it will lead to a postcode lottery, because if things aren't absolutely uniform right across the country, that's somehow a problem. And the thing I'd say to you about that as fellow co-operators is, if you look at the lessons of the last Labour government, Sure Start was a towering achievement bestowed from the centre that the Tories could unwind in a matter of years. If you look at the national minimum wage, a towering Labour achievement, one with all wings of the movement working together, an achievement that working people, organised Labour, won for themselves. The Tories have never dared touch it. And if I have anything to do with it, they never will. And the moral of that story for me is, if you want change that lasts, you've got to let people win it themselves.
Thank you. Andy, I'm going to come to you.
Thank you. So I'm from a community in South Sheffield, and I grew up there in a steelworking family and grew up through the post-industrial era and then landed a job. So for the last 25 years, I've been a community worker in the place where I was bringing up my kids. I've worked on regeneration that was genuinely independent and community-led. And when I started, that was led across a set of communities coming together across the whole of the south of Sheffield, cooperating, making decisions over a long-term plan, a 25-year plan for what they hoped for their neighbourhood. And we had control of resources to put that plan into action. And that's where I started. And it was an incredibly exciting time to achieve what we did. We converted heritage buildings, saved them from dereliction. We built parks. We created the first thoughts around sustainable drainage and resilient communities built around landscape. We brought in jobs. We supported youth work. We did all sorts. And it was magic. And we've continued to do that. And that's a tiny snapshot of what is happening across the country. Now then, I'm here because I'm part of the We're Right Here campaign. You won't be surprised to discover the We're Right Here campaign was kind of an answer at the end of a previous administration's go, denuding all of that, of taking power much more back to the centre, of austerity and everything that meant. So we came from a point of real hope and excitement and watched that gradually being whittled away. And for me, I knew that I needed to do something to bring about the conditions for success for communities again. And the We're Right Here campaign, this idea that you could combine real policy expertise with folk just like me from neighbourhoods coming together to define how we fought for this again is why I'm here. Now then, we still have a long way to go to get back to that place and unlock that potential from our communities. But it's massive if we do it. It's massive. So that's what community power means to me. It's transformational if we get it right.
Right. Thank you, Andy. And I should say as well, just before I go to Emily, that the We're Right Here campaign have an amazing exhibit just through this door and then on a little bit further that is sort of a whole room of things for people to go and have a look at. So please do go and have a look at that and chat to Andy and others about the campaign. Emily, I'm going to come to you.
Thanks, Caitlin. Wonderful to be here and to kind of be talking about and building on a sort of century-old movement and seeing how it can kind of shape the future. So my organisation was set up sort of in response to recognising that in many parts of our country, the civic institutions have been denuded, and unless we have something that brings us together as citizens to counterbalance the forces of the state and the market, we're not going to achieve the society that we want and that we need. We started in Grimsby, working with the football club, harnessing that love, belonging, identity that exists in the football club, but to serve a far wider social agenda. We are now working on many things, but one of them is with the Pride in Place policy to look at how can that actually catalyse and unlock the change that citizens want. Thinking of this question, I suppose it's worth going back to the beginning of kind of why are we all here? What do we want? And I think the thing that I want, the thing that the people that I work with every day want is a thriving country, a thriving hometown, a place that we are proud to leave to our children, our grandchildren. And that's the destination. And so then thinking of the question, like why engage community, why engage citizens, all of us? This is in some ways not a political question. All of us want this. And there is untapped potential, like in the places I work, there are people who aren't waiting for government to kind of ride in on a silver charger or whatever. They're rolling up their sleeves, they're doing things. There is so much great work in every sector that actually it's there. There's all this latent potential to be unlocked. So there's a massive asset, just if you're very pragmatic, that exists in communities across our country. So that's one argument. The flip side is, I'm not, as Kirsty articulated really well, the other model hasn't really worked. And actually looking at the complexity and range of problems in our communities and opportunities, those can't be fixed by government alone. And actually, it is only by all of us pitching in every sector that we can create the country that we want and the country we'll be proud of. And so that does require a reset of the relationship between citizens and the state and presents an opportunity for the government to come behind and back people in a place who have those big ambitions for the future rather than direct from the centre. So I think there's a kind of asset And there's a very real pragmatism that if we want change that lasts and change we'll be proud of, we have to do it differently.
Thank you, Emily. We'll just give a applause for our panel. We're going to go to, rather than us having a discussion here, we're going to go to questions. But just before we do, I think it's just worth saying as well, Emily, you sort of touched on this, that we originally, actually, Community Britain was called Building Community Britain. That was the name of the campaign. And we dropped the building because it became very clear to us that Community Britain already exists. It's in every part of the country. In our team, I think I have the best job in the world because part of my job is just traveling around the country and visiting amazing communities and trying not to cry. I'm always the one blubbing in the corner. But why it's a political campaign and why it's a campaign for a political party like the Co-operative Party is that there have been community-based campaigns or community-based policies from other governments. Big Society is maybe the most famous one that a lot of people in the room will remember. But what that was about was the state stepping back and letting communities fill the gaps. And that didn't work particularly well either, and the legacy of that speaks for itself. What Community Britain is about is asking the state and the government to step forward and be as enabling and supportive as possible to community power and use every tool in its arsenal to get communities the powers and the rights and the strength that they need. So that's why it's a campaign for the Co-op Party. I'm going to go to questions. We're going to take them in groups of 3. I've got colleagues with mics. We'll start in the back there, Charlie, please.
Is it on? Okay, thank you. I've heard most of the speakers before on other conferences and whatnot, and it's very impressive. I wonder whether sometimes the rhetoric of community power is actually delivered down on the ground. If I look at the research I've undertaken to date on plans for neighbourhoods, although the Pride in Place programme has yet to be rolled out, I can promise you that resident representatives are being hand-picked on regeneration boards. And it's happening in my immediate area in the West Midlands. Now, for those of you who might have worked on the New Deal for Communities programmes, over 50% of the 39 New Deal for Communities had residents directly elected in free and fair democratic elections, and they were actually in decision-making bodies on the boards. What's happening down on the ground is a lot of these regeneration programmes are setting up advisory boards to the side, not decision-making boards.
Okay.
So I just wondered what the panel might say about that.
Thank you. There was a hand here. Lady, glasses on. Yep. Short questions, please, if that's okay, so we can keep to time.
Yeah, hi, I'm Jane. I'm co-chair of our neighbourhood forum in Lambeth. One of the big challenges we have, you talk about community power. We are many communities. We're a committee of 14 people, but only 2 are from a black or Asian background, and overwhelmingly we're middle class. How can we talk about community representation when often it's the poorest and most underprivileged groups in our society that aren't serving on community forums and aren't influencing decisions?
Right. Thank you, great question. And there's someone here in quite a bright blazer. Charlie, here, please. Oh, actually, he's going from that side. There you go. And then we'll answer this and take another round. Thank you.
Hi, thanks. I'm particularly interested in the point that Kirsty McNeil made. I was lucky enough to work in community development in the 90s when there was huge investment in community learning and development and lots of cooperative initiatives. And the reason that those were successful was because of that investment, and that has been stripped away. So, you know, if we are going to avoid that problem of these things are not going to work, or if you hand that power over, then, you know, people are going to fight. We really need to invest. We need to have community enablers. We need to have an asset-based community development approach. So, you know, what are we going to do to build that infrastructure to ensure that cooperation can work in the future.
Great. Thank you so much. We'll hopefully have time for another round. So we've got a question on sort of how we get sort of proper representation on Pride in Place boards, which maybe, Emily, I'm going to come to you for that. Then we've got a question about how we get sort of, you know, those maybe who need community power the most involved. So I wonder, Andy, if I could come to you for that question, and then Kirsty on the last question about, you know, building community development and infrastructure and leadership and that sort of thing. Can I start with you, Emily? Is that okay?
Yeah. So I think those were brilliant questions. And I think there's an amazing enabling framework in the Pride in Place policy. And then the devil is in implementing it really well. So there's a balance between the what and the how, isn't there? And we just need to ensure that as we're thinking through how we enable this change, all models aren't equal. And so, you know, for us, actually, a huge amount of the work, financial capital is important, but so is the social capital. Like all of that shoe leather time, all that time building relationships, bringing people together on shared projects, creating a shared endeavor. So I think we need to be really thoughtful about how, to the second question, we reach out to communities, involve people, meet people where they are, build relationships. You can't create transformative change and kind of catalyze change in communities when people don't know, like, or trust each other. And so that starting point of how do you bring people together, for us, we try to bring people together in kind of celebratory spaces, celebrate joy, enable people to play a role. To the first question, so we did kind of open applications to be involved in writing the plan for our place. So 80 people at the moment have volunteered from every sector to write the plan together, so that it is open and participative. But I think in thinking through how do you deliver the change and the opportunity that Pride in Place presents, we need to be really, really thoughtful about how we deliver it in a way that this is an opportunity for everybody, not a kind of niche side project for a few individuals.
Great. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you. So I know I'm supposed to answer the second question, but I sit on one of those boards.
I think that's acceptable for
Yeah.
you to answer more than one question. Go on.
Thank you. And it does feel like that. It does feel like you're scrutinising from the sidelines. And that is why we need to enshrine some more power in that devolution. We need to define how neighbourhoods do this stuff, what the responsibilities are. We need to be a much more equal partnership than we are currently, which kind of also answers the point about how long it takes to do asset-based community development and to have the conversations you need. You can't take everybody straight away. You know, the meetings between councillors, the state and local people that I'm in are always fractious, angry. It's where the passion and the sense of hopelessness pours over. But then you come back to your community centre and you're in the Zumba class, or you're making soup because one of your community members has brought some grub off their allotment. It's much nicer to cook it in the community centre and eat it with everybody else than it is to sit at home on your own. That's where the conversations happen also. And we're undoing a lot of stripping away of power and asset-based community development. So there are people who are ready and can have those conversations now and can point to where it's worked and invite people to be hopeful, which is a lot of what we're doing at the minute. And then there's just the day-to-day. Well, for my organisation last year, 50,000 cups of tea of just having good conversations about what it is to be a part of a community, and we need both. I think that's it.
Great, thank you. And Kirsty?
I agree. I think my answer to all three questions is actually the same, right? Which is really good community development work requires infrastructure, and no one wants to pay for infrastructure. So if I could just make two quick plugs. Club Together is the campaign that we've been working on with the Co-op Party to try and get some support to our social clubs. And there's a current live crowdfunder from colleagues at Certo Action and the Centre for Democratic Business that I'll share on socials after this session. We all need to chip in to get the infrastructure that sits behind community development right, because the risk of burnout, particularly of people who are also shouldering huge burdens associated with poverty or inequality or discrimination, the risk of burnout if community work and community development isn't supported properly is absolutely enormous. The reason I'm so excited about clubs is not just because of what they can do in their own terms, but actually they are hardwired into the Pride in Place strategy for the first time ever, as far as I can tell. The British state has said, we want power wielded at a local level by people who are organised. So clubs are associational, they are membership-based bodies in the same way that trade unions are and cooperatives are. So we have recognised that what's important about Pride in Place is not just the quantum, but it's the mode of funding where power genuinely is put in the hands of organised people. And my final point on that is this point about well-meaning middle-class people actually crowding out other people's power is so well taken. And I had, when I look back, I was a bit mean because I don't think this woman realised I was being sarcastic. In previous incarnations of kind of this sort of politics inside the Labour Party, there's been huge enthusiasm for community organising, and everyone wanted to train to be a community organiser after Obama. And this really well-meaning middle-class young woman said to me, oh, it's so great, I've done the training, and now I'm going to go into a community and organise it. And I said, oh, how'd you get to a community? On a bus? And I was actually trying to get her to understand that she sounded ridiculous. I was like, don't you live in a community? Like, don't you have neighbours? And you could combine your existing power with your neighbours' power rather than pathologising. There's a group of people out there who live in communities and they don't look or sound like me, but they are desperately in need of my help and assistance. It's a complete nonsense. So there is a risk that community politics done badly from outside the communities actually does more harm than good, which is why it's so exciting that the Co-operative Party's Community Britain campaign is so place-based and it's so oriented towards getting the power that we all have latent within us to be exercised in combination, not trying to support people to realise the power that you would like to hand to them. That's not how this works.
Completely. I'm also... I'm conscious of time. I'm going to take one more round of questions, but please make them brief. So there's a lady in the front here.
Thank you. Kath Bromfield from Middleton in Rochdale, so it's always good to be at a cooperative event. I just wanted to add on to some of the conversations that's already happened around intersectionality as well. So I get really frustrated with national data and local data and the way we kind of talk about our communities as though people belong to one protected group. People are all mixed up, and I love the asset-based approach. So I guess for me there's something about individual and strategic co-production. So how are we actually understanding some people talk to lots of other people in the community centres? That's brilliant. And then you might have James who just comes and talks his own views and goes away. There's a big difference when we're doing what we do. And then finally, just to talk about how I think cooperatives are really difficult. I talked to lots of parent carer forums around Send. None of them want to become cooperatives because it's so tricky. And they go towards a charity model, which is the opposite of, I think, what we're trying to do. Yeah. So just a plea really in the community, organisations to start to think about how people can do that cheaply when they're little community groups, because they sway towards other models that don't send them in the right direction. So I wonder what the panel thinks about that. Thank you.
And there's a new co-op development unit in government that should hopefully help with just that. I'm going to go to this man here. Short question, please, if that's
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Njora Kimani from Slough. At one point in my life, I had a kerfuffle between slippers and flip-flops. And to me, they mean the same thing. I come from a culture where we don't differentiate between those two. And I think I like the question that was asked by the lady over there around how do you deal with communities when you have those subtle nuances that make sure that us as the black people are always left on the back foot because people don't understand us. And yet we are perfectly able and capable of being in positions where we can lead communities. I'm, for example, a leader of the Afro-Caribbean Heritage Society in Slough in Thames Valley. And I also sit in the police scrutiny in Slough. I'm well capable of sitting in positions, but then I go for nominations and I find that because I don't have black numbers in the nomination, I lose.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to take one more. Next to you, Dan. No, yeah, thank you.
Hello. Just want to pick up on something that Kirsty said earlier on about the difference between the Minimum Wage Act and Sure Start in the last Labour government. I was really pleased to hear this morning from Joanne Thomas talk about all the positive changes that are happening in the Employment Rights Bill and from Steve Reid in the Renters' Rights Bill as well. But God forbid, worst case scenario, we're potentially looking at like a future Tory government or even worse, future Reform government. How do we use community power to safeguard all those positive changes that this Labour government is making in a future government that is less kind to those points of view?
Great question. I'm going to come to the panel and I'm going to be really cruel and say short answers to all of the questions and also wrapping up, if that's okay. So I'm going to go down this way, and Emily, I'll come to you first, if that's okay.
Yeah, so thinking about safeguarding the changes, I suppose, and many of the comments made before, this is change that takes time, doesn't it? Years. And so actually, the more that we can kind of institutionalize, create community-owned structures that build on all of this enabling policy, then there are things that are owned by the place and by institutions for the long term. So I think there is an opportunity within the policy that now we in places need to grab to say, actually, how can we create the institutions that will enable the change over the long term? So, yeah.
Andy?
So the leader, so we come together as a city, as community sector, and there are organisations from across the city, and we are forced to kind of compete for resources. And so we're coming together to convene outside of that because we know we need to do things differently. And our chair is from the Afro-Caribbean community in the city, and he's a really strong leader. But we find ourselves in this debate of, is it a community of interest? Is it a community of place? And these commissioning and procurement and the sort of adversarial nature of how things are asked for from us makes it hard to convene. We do it for free. We do it around the edges. And I think we need to overturn some of that devolution to give the power right the way down. We should be working for longer term plans and not in an adversarial way. You can promote collaboration and the bringing together of communities if we do it differently. The structures currently make it hard. And that's kind of the same answer for the one about the cooperatives and SEND provision. It's difficult and contested. So making good decisions about, well, like we're a charity, and I have real issues with it. You know, it feels like a very old model. It doesn't quite fit what we're trying to do now. But we don't have the time to support each other to talk about what is the right way to do it, because we're constantly kind of fighting for resources, aren't we? So I think a resourced and an empowered sector will have the time to help each other make some better decisions. And we need to enshrine that in this devolution. You know, it needs to come below local authority level. It needs to come to our hands, and we need to work together then. It's quite a lot to do.
And Kirsty, to wrap us up.
So I guess I would just make a plea to everyone in this room to do two things. One, watch like a hawk on ownership, right? So this government should be held to account for ensuring there is a massive transfer of ownership in this country by the end of the Parliament. Not just that support has been given to communities, and we should do that too, but who owns things is the key. And to make sure that you are in a position to own more and more things that impact on your life, you have to join things. You have to be part of organised associational power. So on the way home, if you're not already a member of your local social club, join it. If you're not already a member of your workplace union, join it. If you don't have a workplace union, start it. And if you're not a member of your local co-op, join that too. And I said this a lot at Labour Party conference, and I partly said it in public to make it true. The thing about what we have done with community ownership, with the Empowerment Act, with the way that we've designed Pride in Places, we are on a road. And once you're on a road to people knowing the power that they have when they combine with others, once you're on that road, there is no going back, because people who've had a taste of power will never
relinquish it. But it's your job to make sure you claim your own power and crucially recruit other people to the Co-operative Party, to the trade union movement, and to all the different forms of associational power that within touching distance of your life. Always be recruiting.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What an amazing, amazing panel. And I'll just say as well, to wrap up, Community Britain is my absolute baby. It takes up 85% of my job, and I would love it to be more. We've now got a full-time member of staff doing visits, taking us around the country, organising visits to these amazing examples of Community Britain. If you have something in your area, in your community that you're involved with that you'd like us to come and see, please come and find me or my colleague Charlie, who's waving now, and we will set something up. It's my absolute pleasure to introduce the next speaker, and it's a really lovely segue, actually, the last question and Kirsty's last comments there. Before this job, I worked for a trade union, and I'm so incredibly proud that the cooperative movement and the trade union movement are two of the most successful social movements in the history of this country and probably in the world as well. And when we work together, the things that we can achieve are absolutely amazing, and you heard some of that from Joanne this morning. We're incredibly proud to work with our trade union colleagues from across the movement at a time when working people's voices matter more than ever. And so to speak to a little bit of that importance, he's one of my favourite speakers in the Labour movement. I want to introduce General Secretary of the TUC, Paul Novak. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Caitlin, for that introduction, and thanks for the opportunity to say a few words. I am really pleased to be here this afternoon to mark and celebrate the links between trade unions and the Co-operative Party, and to highlight the really important role that you play in your communities and across the broader Labour movement as well. 41 MPs, 1,500 councillors, 13 mayors and representatives in the Welsh and Scottish Parliaments, and above all, over 13,000 members in communities across the country, putting your values into practice. Earlier this year, I visited with Usdaw, the Co-op's distribution centre at Castlewood in Nottinghamshire. An incredible facility that supports over 800 Co-op stores right across the Midlands and Yorkshire. And I saw firsthand what cooperative values mean in practice. Unionised workers in decent jobs with good terms and conditions, proud of the work they were doing. In stark contrast to the Amazon distribution centre just down the road. And a reminder that good business can deliver for workers, for customers and communities, and not just send pop stars into space or pay for another super yacht. That's the cooperative difference. It's also a reminder that the values that inspired the Rochdale pioneers almost 2 centuries ago remain relevant today. But while those values, solidarity, fairness, respect, definitely do remain relevant, they are also under direct threat from the rise of the populist and far right. And it's not just an electoral threat. It's a threat to Black and Asian people across this country who are at the sharp end of the normalisation of racism and division. It's a threat to good jobs, because every time reform attack the transition to net zero or threaten our trading relationship with Europe, jobs and investments are placed at direct risk. And it's a threat to anyone who believes in decent public services, because we know reform would plunge us back into austerity 2.0 and take an axe to our NHS. Now, I am sure there are people in this room, I may be one of them, who are frustrated not only at the rise of the right, but also by the fact that the government and the Prime Minister seem to get very little credit for the things they have got right over the last 16 months. A new industrial strategy, resolving public sector pay disputes, investments in our schools, our hospitals, our housing and infrastructure, the creation of publicly owned Great British Energy, and our railways coming back where they belong, into public ownership. So lots of good work, but I think if we're also honest, for millions of working people, change, that one word that was on the front of the manifesto last July, still feels more like a slogan than a lived reality. Inflation might not be in double digits anymore, but energy bills are still too crippling for many families. Hundreds of thousands are still reliant on food banks. And we shouldn't be surprised, in the face of that, the fact that living standards are stagnant, that for many people, they are fed up and disillusioned with mainstream politics. We have to tackle the root causes of that disillusionment and deliver the change that people voted for. So I just want to talk about 3 central priorities for us collectively as a Labour, trade union and cooperative movement. The first is making sure that constantly we use every speech, every social media campaign, every leaflet, every big decision, every policy announcement to show this government is on the side of working people, their families and communities. And we need to start with the budget. Just 11 days away now from arguably the most important budget of our lifetimes, not just setting the context for next May's elections, but the political weather for the rest of this Parliament. Now, we all know the Chancellor faces an incredibly difficult task. We know the bond markets are watching and waiting, and we know money is tight. But if ever there was a time for a budget for working people, now is that time. Removing that unfair and unjust 2-child benefit cap. Restoring hope in our communities and maintaining investments in our public services and infrastructure. And crucially, ensuring that tax rises do fall on those with the broadest shoulders. New taxes on wealth, taxes on online gambling firms, and a windfall tax on ballooning bank profits. £1 billion a week, every single week this year for the big 4 banks alone. An increase to the bank surcharge, which the Tories cut in 2023 to 35%, would deliver £50 billion over the next 4 years. Not just helping getting our public finances back on track, but revitalising our services and community and building a country that works for everybody. And while we're on the subject of work, and I know Joanne would have talked about this morning, it is absolutely time to deliver the Employment Rights Bill and deliver the Employment Rights Bill in full. Good for workers, good for decent employers, and good for Britain. A bill to empower workers and give them an independent voice at work. This will be the biggest boost to our rights in a generation. New flexible working rights, protections from sexual harassment, day one employment rights, no more fire and rehire, a ban on exploitative 0 hours contract, and a repeal of crucial bits of anti-union legislation, and positive rights for unions to access workplaces, including those Amazon distribution centres. Now, at the moment, Lib Dem and Tory peers are delaying the legislation, even though millions of people stand to benefit from genuinely transformative reforms, including 7 million people who are due to get sick pay from day one for the first time in April next year. That is 7 million reasons why the Lord should support the bill. 7 million reasons why people will not forget or forgive peers who deny the government the opportunity to deliver its manifesto promises. And I understand Tories and the Lords will always vote against improvements in employment rights, but it is time that Lib Dem peers did the right thing instead of tabling hostile amendments and wasting precious time. Not only would they deliver their own manifesto commitment to improve and reform sick pay, they'd also reflect the wishes of Lib Dem voters. And not just Lib Dem voters at the last election, Labour voters, Tory voters, and even Reform voters as well, because stronger rights at work are popular across the political spectrum, and another reason why the government should deliver the bill and deliver it in full. So delivering a budget that's firmly on the side of working people, delivering the Employment Rights Bill and the wider Make Work programme in full, I think go a long way to undermining the divisive and dangerous rise of the populist and far right. And that's the second point that I want to make today, because I think stopping the rise of the populist right is the defining struggle of our times here in Britain, but right across the globe. Whether it's Trump in the White House, Milei in Argentina, Orban in Hungary, Meloni in Italy, you see the far right making gains through the AfD in Germany, the FN in France, and here alongside flags, protests, huge far-right rallies, thugs laying siege to hostiles and attacking black and ethnic minority people on our streets. As the voice of all working people from all working backgrounds, unions, the Co-operative Party, the whole Labour movement have a special duty to lead the response. We stand for unity while the right stands for division. We stand for solidarity while they pit worker against worker, and we stand for equality while they stand for racism, misogyny and homophobia. And we also just need to call out the absolute hypocrisy of Nigel Farage and Reform. A charlatan who says he's on the side of working people and then votes time and time again for improving working rights for millions of working people in that employment rights bill, who says he champions community battered by industrial change and then says not a word when Donald Trump slaps on tariffs that directly threaten UK jobs, and who says he wants to fix our country, but we know would sell our NHS in an absolute heartbeat. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Nigel Farage is no friend of working people. He's a fraud. He's a publicly school-educated, NHS privatising, Putin apologist fraud. Reform do not, never have and never will speak up for our working class communities. Now, that doesn't mean that we can shy away from some hard realities. I know there are union members who voted for Reform at the last election and who are thinking about voting Reform. And it's not my job to condescend to people about the way that they vote. I am clear the overwhelming majority of Reform voters are not racists or bigots. Often they're decent working class people who feel no one is listening to them and that things never seem to get better. And that's my third and final priority. Very simply, we have a collective responsibility to give people hope for the future, the sense that things can and will get better and that change is indeed possible. Ultimately, that's how we tackle the right's false narrative that Britain is in decline, somehow that we are a country whose best days are behind it. If we start to deliver change, if we can tell a convincing story about a better future, if we can show politics is a force for good, then we can take the wind out of Reform's sails. And for inspiration, we should need to look no further than our shared values and our shared history, rooted in our belief that working people organising together for the common good can prevail, empowering people who've never had power before, power in a union, power in communities, power through mutual support and collective endeavour. That's the vision that inspired those cooperative pioneers to set up their own party, that built our unions, and that took working class people into politics and into parliament. So let's work together. Let's defeat the politics of division and let's win the fight for Britain's future. Thanks very much, everybody. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good to see so many people here and some familiar faces as well. I'm Florence Eshalomi. I'm the proud Labour and Co-op MP for Vauxhall and Camberwell Green, and I'm also the chair of the Housing, Communities and Local Government Select Committee. Really good to be able to chair this panel. We've got some exciting speakers and really important area, because I think, just reflecting on what you mentioned there, Paul, it is important for us to look at the power of the community in terms of defeating and fighting some of the hate and the rhetoric that we are seeing. A few weeks ago, on the 13th of September, the Uniting Britain, whatever you want to call it, march started in the heart of my constituency in a really residential area where the first Co-op Coin Street housing was built, and we saw the community coming out to reject that hate and division, to say they will not tolerate that kind of behaviour going on. This session, we've got some really exciting speakers. You've just heard from Paul Nowak there. We've also got my colleague, my parliamentary and Labour and Co-op MP, Gareth Snell, MP for Stoke-on-Trent Central, and we've also got Sophie Jenkinson, who's the co-director of Round Our Way, an organisation telling everyday stories and the impact of climate change. So really, really important. Building on some of the theme of today in terms of around Community Britain, there was a recently published report jointly with Hope Not Hate, which found that, in a sense, again, running through some of the themes from the earlier speakers around, the public feel that they may feel negatively about the country as a whole, but when you look at what's going on locally within their communities, within their streets, there's more a sense of passion, there's more a sense of pride. So how do we make sure that we deliver on that and build on that to help our communities in terms of fighting this hate and division that we are seeing? So I just wanted to start with that opening question to our panellists, who've all done their own work on this and have got some expertise in terms of how can we really make sure we focus on communities in helping to fight that hate and division? Gareth.
Well, first of all, so in the programme there should have been Nick, but he's not well, so he sends his apologies. So I'm happy to be a substitute. Look, I mean, I just want to reflect on what Paul said. I think if more people in politics spoke with the clarity of purpose and with the understanding of our values, as Paul just did, we wouldn't be in the sort of situation we are in today. And I represent a seat that at one point had one of the highest concentration of BNP councillors. We had riots in the August of 24. The fact that people in my constituency were driven to that sort of action was out of a fear of hopelessness and a fear of helplessness. And Paul's absolutely right. People like Nigel Farage and the grifters around him, they prey on that feeling and they foment dissent against others for people who feel like politics doesn't work for them, that they have no agency, no power, no control in their communities. And I think the part of, again, what Paul said that resonates with all of us is we have to be the conduit and the vehicle for hope. Because the thing that we have found everywhere around the country where the Co-op Party has gone and looked at this through Community Britain is where you give people the agency in their own community, when you give them the levers of power that they can pull themselves to command their destinies, to have a stake in their community, using those values that we have about sharing power and wealth, they talk to each other, their communities become stronger, and the opportunity to sow seeds of dissent and hate dry up. And that is, for me, the lesson that we can take out of Community Britain. The more we can do to say where we all live, and when the people who live there have something to contribute, and make that case that their contribution is as valid as everybody else's, it takes away some of that fear, it takes away some of that sense of powerlessness, and it returns hope, and that is the best inoculation to the far right in this country.
Hear, hear. Sophie.
So a little bit about what Round Our Way does, sorry, is that we tell everyday stories of climate impacts, but we start with where people are already experiencing those impacts in their lives. So we work primarily with working class communities and working class people who've been impacted by climate change, and we build stories from those impacts and towards a story on climate change. So rising cost of food, classrooms being incredibly hot when people's kids are sitting exams and trying to learn, hot maternity wards and hot like wards in general in the NHS. Flooded football pitches and rugby pitches in people's communities. We start with the thing that's happening and people's experiences from them, and we build it towards a message on climate, because at the moment what we have is an idea that working class people only care about certain kinds of things. And what story we tell is really important, but who gets to tell the story is also really important. And I always say this when I'm on a panel with Paul, but big Paul Nowak fan, obviously. And Paul is a brilliant working class spokesperson, but he can't be the only one. He shouldn't be. There are plenty of people in all sorts of communities, of all types of background, but especially working class people across the country who can tell powerful stories of their own experiences of what's happening to them. And for me, reform is a symptom of the politics we've seen over the last numbers of decades. It is not the thing itself. And for politics that isn't working for people, we need to look at that. And a lot of what we've heard today, you know, Kirsty McNeil talking about social clubs, for example, is the antidote to that, and where, you know, the roots of Labour and cooperative politics started in the first place. Let me give you an example. So we're doing some work at the moment in rugby clubs across Wales. All of those rugby clubs have experienced lots of different challenges, including lots around weather and flooding. They're also not able to keep the lights on and for 7 days a week because of the cost of running that club. And it is not just a sports venue. It is a community hub where people have funerals, where youth clubs exist, where people look after their children. And when you go there, they're amazing because they've existed for so long. And sure, they were born out of a lot of people living in one place because of an industry. But that community around that industry still remains and is being fought for every day by the people volunteering to run that place. And those people deserve to have their stories told. And I don't know, like, I think it's probably because I've been doing this work constantly for the last few years, but I really noticed this in coverage. So when Billingsgate Market, when that was in the news about it closing, same with West Smithfield, how many of you saw stories from fishers, fishmongers or butchers in the news? Because I didn't see any. I saw a lot of experts talking about the impacts, and I saw a lot of people talking about the economic impact. I didn't hear any stories from the people who it was directly impacting. And if you look, that happens every single day in our politics and in our media. And so part of what is important here is not just building the hope, as Gareth said, but building a realness to the stories that are being told, and shifting not just where politics is, but a lot of the stories told in SW1 through the lobby and the media aren't a reflection of where people are. And climate is a great example. Most people care about climate change, are worried about it and want to see action. But if you asked most people in Westminster, they would tell you that wasn't true. And there's no amount of polling you can show people to show them that. And so there is a disconnect between where people are and what they think and what they're feeling and what they're experiencing and the politics they are seeing. And that is why we're getting reform in that space. And they are really, really aware of this. They're going into places that have been flooded and helping. They're standing by bus stops where buses aren't arriving and asking for people's emails. They understand this. And they don't just organise in constituencies, they're organising across communities. And so they will exploit that if we don't protect that space.
No, thank you very much for that, Sophia. How can we get communities to focus, and how can we replicate polls and have a poll?
Well, I
in
don't
every
think it's
community?
a case of replicating polls, but I do think I just want to pick up directly what Sophie's just said there, Florence, if I can, because I think it is about how do you amplify the voices of working class people and working class communities. And I'll give some real practical examples of that, because it is bizarre, isn't it, that Nigel Farage has managed to present himself as the authentic voice of working class Britain. I mean, a man who's never picked up or done a job in anger, a real job, rails against the political class. I was an MEP for a couple of decades, and literally is a speaker for hire on the US right-wing circuit. But amplifying the voices of working people, what do I mean? Three little examples. You heard from Joanne Thomas today from Usdaw. We took a woman called Finola, who's a Usdaw shop worker, to speak at an event with the Prime Minister about the Employment Rights Bill. And she spoke firsthand about her experience, and we've used her on social media as well. But a woman who works in a shop who was racially abused by a customer who then threatened her and said, threatened their children and said they'd find out where she lived. Absolutely traumatised. Rang up her boss the next day and said, listen, I just don't think I can come into work because, I don't feel I can face it. And he said, that's fine. You won't get paid because you didn't get sick pay until the fourth day of being ill. Now, when Finola told that story to the Prime Minister, I know when she's told that story online, that crystallises what does the Employment Rights Bill actually mean, because you can say biggest upgrade of workers' rights in a generation. What it really means is someone can go to work and get protected from being harassed by a customer and then have the ability to take a day off work without worrying about whether or not you can pay a rent at the end of the month. That's really what the Employment Rights Bill means. Two other examples. Sophie mentioned net zero in particular. we've been doing some films with workers working, for example, in the EV sector, saying, why does Nigel Farage want me to lose my job? We've got tens of thousands of people working on EVs right across the UK. I was at Jaguar Land Rover week before last, 10,000 jobs in Solihull at all, and he's cavalierly discarding net zero. Frankly, if we don't make the next generation of EVs in this country, we won't have an automotive industry. But having workers from that industry set out that case is far more compelling than me or anybody else from the TUC. And proof positive, look at the views. On our social media accounts, I think there's a video of me from Question Time last week, 27,000 views. There's two guys who used to work at the Stellantis plant in Luton talking about, you know, their communities and the reality of living in a multicultural community and the fact that people live and work together. 1.5 million views, because people are far more interested in hearing from working class people themselves directly. So I see our responsibility is making sure those voices are heard loud and clear. We should never allow Nigel Farage to speak on behalf of working people in this country.
And I think that is really important. And again, in terms of looking at some of the changes introduced by the government, we now see a legislation, an English and Devolution Bill, the first piece of legislation to actually mention community empowerment. I mean, to think, you know, that word was never mentioned before in a piece of legislation. The community right to buy, what you talked about in terms of communities seeing local assets being dilapidated and feeling helpless. Now we'll have a situation where communities can come together and bid and actually take over those properties. That it's so vital. And the issue of net zero and climate change, it's the most poorest communities who are suffering from poor health, from poor, bad damp and mould, who need the solutions that the Labour government are offering. Just wanting to open up before I go to the audience. One of the things that Community Britain has focused on rightly is about shared spaces and shared experiences. So from church halls to rugby halls to playing fields to housing co-ops. How important is social infrastructure in the terms of fighting that hate that we are seeing rise across our communities? Gareth.
It's partly about buildings, but it's partly about people, isn't it? I mean, I am very lucky. I'm going to tell you a little quick story. I'm very lucky. In my constituency, there's a brilliant place called Fenton Town Hall. It was an old municipal building. Stoke, for those that know, 6 towns came one city, so we've got 6 of everything. So quite easy. It's easy to close things down. Fenton Town Hall was earmarked for closure. It was like this glorious building in the middle of the town. Community came together and said, we're not standing for that. We want it. Council, Labour Council, made it really difficult for them to get. And they just said, no, we're not having it. We carried on. And they crack on with it. Now it is the vibrant hub of the community. It does things all year round. It's got a community cafe. It's got its kids' parties use it. It's used for big social events, big civic events. One of my brilliant local co-op councillors, Lynn Sharp, is in and out of it pretty much every day doing something. Council now claim credit for how wonderful it is. But yeah, still a Labour council. But what you notice about that community is when I go door knocking, I go to some place and they go, there's nothing to do around here. That is the one part of the community where no one ever says that. They never say there's nothing to do around here because they know that there is always something going on there and someone they know there. So social isolation is less. Community cohesion is greater because actually everyone knows each other because they go into that place and have a cup of tea or they go to the Christmas fair. But the building alone wasn't enough. Having a group of people that were able to go in and do something with it was important. And that's where I think we've got to do some other work because the pride in place things that are happening across the country are brilliant. What it can't be done is paternalistic middle class people saying to working class people, here's what you need in your communities and we're going to do it for you if you tell us. We need to do a lot of upskilling. We need to do a lot of social capital building. Because in my patch where we've got one of the pride in place boards, I've got people that say, I can't possibly be involved in that. I haven't got a clue what I'm doing. Then you speak to them. They run the Christmas club in the pub. They run their kids' gym club. They run the school PTA. They actually do know how to do these things, but they just don't believe in themselves enough to do it. So we've got to make sure that, as Paul says, and as Sophie says, when we are putting forward these community spaces, that they're not run for a group of people. They're run by a group of people, with a group of people, so that they genuinely reflect the community that they're trying to serve.
No, and I think that's so important. And I think across the country we see and know those small groups working, often in isolation, working with no budget, sometimes using their own money, and not knowing that they can apply for funds, they can get help, they can get support from their local councils. How important do you think that social infrastructure is, Sophie?
I mean, I think it's vital, and, you know, to go back to that example I used before, like Pontypridd, you know, the old boy that runs that is 85. You know, we went the other day to film something, and he had to go down there and open it up, and he stayed with us all day. And it means so much to him, and he wants to make sure he can protect it. And I think it's also about knowing that he doesn't have to do it on his own, and he doesn't have to protect it because other people will be with him protecting it. And, you know, I think it's also about, like, those spaces are often there. It's about people, as Gareth said, in isolation, because I think, you know, we know that most people in this country are brilliant, kind, open, tolerant people. The more you spend time with yourself and don't do that with other people, and if Nick Knowles was here, he would say that all the work they do with Hope Not Hate, the more people do things in their communities, the happier they are, the more joyful they are. Those little moments of hope and kindness between people build that, you know, cohesion and community. And that's always been there in places like Pontypridd, but it is under threat. And if the offer to those people, when they're just getting over, like, the fourth flood in, like, 6 years, where there's no one on the high street that has any insurance and are just being left, they feel, to the elements, then someone coming along with a sort of silver bullet from reform, or, honestly, a lot of the time, from a sort of London-based campaigning, Remain-style, silver bullet, top-down campaign, to be like, why can't you see that reform are awful, when they're the only ones turning around and saying, we'll help you? Like, it's also about, like, not getting ourselves into a situation as progressives and campaigners to be that sort of middle-class, paternalistic, patronising sort of campaigner, and find the stuff that already exists and needs help. Because those people, you know, in every community, we all know this because we all experienced it, there are always natural leaders that are fighting for that place. And the place that they've been told is left behind or a post-industrial wasteland, they love that place because they live there. And why, like, when people call it left behind, it makes me so annoyed. Because I'm like, you should get to, like, you're being told the place that you love is awful at the same time that you're watching it not get any investment. And that's why we're in the place we're in. And we can start to unpick some of that if we want to.
I couldn't agree. I can slag off Birkenhead, but anybody else from outside Birkenhead's not allowed. No, I mean, I actually think some of our most important shared spaces are workplaces.
Yeah.
This is where we bring people together. This is where we spend a huge amount of our waking lives. And I think we've got a job as a trade union movement to think about how we use those shared spaces to build the cohesion that we want. I spoke to a group of our black activists in London and the South East region a few weeks ago, and one guy, and I won't name the workplace because I don't want to give away confidence, but he said, you can imagine what the conversations are like in the mess room at the moment, because all of the talk is about small boats and migrants and all the rest of it. Now, I think we've got a job as unions to equip our reps and members to have those conversations in workplaces. This is difficult, because quite often people don't want to talk about politics in work. Brexit was a good example of that, and we don't want people falling out or coming to blows, but you know, we've got, 130, 140,000 reps in workplaces up and down the country, and I want them to be confident to be talk about the gap between what Nigel Farage says and what Nigel Farage actually does and votes for. So we've got a big programme of work at the TUC with our unions around reps education and trying to test out what actually works, because I think quite often on the left what we do is we put on training programmes and we don't assess whether or not they've actually had any real positive impact. So we need to make sure it really bites, because quite often the focus will be, and rightly, we need to win the social media war. A lot of that you mentioned, Florence, the Unite the Kingdom march, and you know, there's an argument, I think, a real live argument about, do we organise counter-protests or do we not? I mean, I think sometimes it's right to organise counter-protests, not in every occasion, so got to keep people safe and all the rest of it. But it's no use doing the big, noisy, performative stuff if we're not having those difficult conversations in workplaces, because that's where it really matters. And for workplaces, read communities as well. So it is that sort of sense of giving people confidence, as I say, not to have a Barney, but to say, hang about. I mean, you know, if you look at what reform councils are actually doing, forget all the rhetoric about Doge-style efficiencies, they're closing care homes and banging up council tax because all those services have been cut to the bone over 14 or 15 years. So, yeah, for us at the trade union movement, I think starting with the hard stuff, which is in our own workplaces and talking to our own reps.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I'm mindful of time and we are running over a bit, so I do want to thank our panellists. And I think this is a conversation that we need to ensure that we are continuing up and down on the high streets in our communities. That's the only way we can come together in terms of beating that hate and division, which Farage and Reform want to spread, but we know as cooperators we're going to stamp it out. Thank you very much.
The assembly by your...
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, fellow cooperators. It's a real pleasure to be here with you again, and especially to be sponsoring your lunch today for the second year. So, on behalf of the Building Societies Association, thank you for that very warm welcome and the opportunity to be part of this vibrant and value-driven movement. This is a special year. It's a special moment for me personally because in a few weeks I'm going to be stepping down as the CEO at the Building Societies Association after 12 incredibly rewarding years. It's been the greatest honour of my working life to serve a sector that puts people before profit and communities before shareholders. And what better place to reflect on that journey than here, among friends and allies who share our commitment to mutuality, cooperation, and inclusive growth. This year, the Building Society movement is marking a particularly special milestone, the 250th anniversary of the founding of the first Building Society, the original money movement. A movement born in a Birmingham pub in 1775 by ordinary working people, united by a vision of mutual self-help to build homes and futures. That spirit of community, of cooperation, of ownership is as relevant today as it was then. As we look to the future, I want to echo the powerful message at the heart of the Co-operative Party's Grassroots Growth Report, that real economic renewal must start from the ground up, not from the boardroom, not from Whitehall, but from our high streets, our town centres, our villages, our communities. That report makes a compelling case for a new economic model, one that measures success not just in GDP, but in well-being, reliance, and local ownership. It calls for anchor institutions, community infrastructure, a national strategy to grow the cooperative economy. And it reminds us that inequality isn't just a social issue. It's an economic barrier that we must dismantle. At the BSA, we couldn't agree more. Our 42 building societies and 7 credit unions serve over 27 million members across the UK. We support 29% of the total mortgage market, 37% of the first-time buyer lending market. We hold 47% of all cash ISA balances. And we pay £4 billion a year more in savings interest, fair share and other payments than the biggest banks. 35 building societies now represent 35% of high street branches, up from only 14% in 2012. And 95% of our employees are based outside London. We are nationally relevant and we are locally vital. We're proud of our roots. They remain our inspiration today. Our members are at the forefront of innovation, from new products to first-time buyers to financial education in schools, from founding UK Savings Week to pioneering sustainable home lending. And we're proud to stand alongside our colleagues in credit unions, financial mutuals and cooperatives. Together, we offer a powerful alternative, purpose-driven business, reinvesting profits into people, not shareholders, profits for purpose, for the benefit of our society. Last year, we published the Mutual's prospectus ahead of the election with our Mutual and Cooperative Trade Association colleagues. We asked for three things. Get us around the government tables across government so that we can offer cooperative and mutual solutions. Modernise outdated legislation and regulation. And help us with access to genuinely mutual and cooperative startup and growth capital. Today, sadly, we have to add a fourth. Do no harm. Don't place unnecessary roadblocks in front of a sector that is actively delivering on the government's manifesto commitment to double in size. A clear example is our ongoing campaign against the reported proposals to reform the ISA regime. Cash ISAs are not just a savings product. They are a cornerstone of the financial ecosystem within building societies. As I mentioned earlier, 47% of all cash ISA balances are held by building societies, and those funds are then used to support mortgage lending, helping people across the country to buy homes and build secure financial futures. So I urge the government to work with us, not against us. We are pleased to congratulate Lucy Powell on her appointment as Deputy Leader of the Labour Party. Her leadership as a cooperative MP is a welcome signal, and we look forward to working with her and the government to realise that ambition of doubling the cooperative and mutual, including the financial mutual sector. We stand ready to work with her and the government and with all of you to make that vision a reality. Because whether it's helping people buy their first home, supporting local credit unions or investing in community well-being, mutuals are already doing the work. We are a grassroots growth engine. We are the original money movement. And we are proud to be part of a broader cooperative economy that puts purpose before profit. So today, as we gather to share ideas and build alliances and shape the future, let's remember the power of mutuality. Let's champion the businesses that exist to serve their members. And let's build an economy that works for everyone from the grassroots up. Mutuals are thriving. With the right support, we can do even more. Finally, following Kirsty's call earlier, if you're not a member of your local building society or credit union, join it. Thank you all very much and enjoy your lunch.
Thank you, Robin, but thank you, everyone, for what has been a fantastic morning. It is now lunch, so there are lunches served on both sides of the exhibition centre. You have your fringes starting at 1:45 up on level 1, or there's one down here as well. There's lunch outside the outside the fringe rooms also. So do enjoy the fringes, enjoy your lunch, and we'll start again here at 2:45. Thank you very much. Friends, cooperators, we're in good form, I can tell. We've had a fantastic morning, I know. We've also had a fantastic set of fringe meetings and a chance to get together and discuss and do all the fantastic things which make us that cooperative party, that cooperative family. For those of you I haven't yet met, my name's Joe Fortune. I'm your General Secretary. It's my first and only clap of the day, and it means an awful lot to me. Thank you very much for that welcome conference. We have a fantastic afternoon ahead of us. As you will know, as you will have heard from me over many years, for the Co-operative Party, it is vital that we are in lockstep with our cooperative movement. This is the bedrock of what makes the Co-operative Party. It's the bedrock of what makes the cooperative movement. That lockstep means standing together. It means campaigning together. It means ensuring that their values and principles are our values and principles, the ones which we take into politics, the ones that we get up and fight for. So it has been an absolute honour over many years for the Co-operative Party to work with the cooperative group. We have campaigned over many, many years, and we've campaigned in recent times over issues such as tackling retail worker violence, cooperative growth, peace and cooperation, some of the bedrocks of what this cooperative movement has been doing for some time. Shireen Corey-Hack, as the cooperative group CEO, has been at the heart of that work and much, much more. So it's my pleasure today to introduce Shireen to this conference and to this cooperative family. Shireen, the floor is yours.
Every time I follow Joe, I have to do this. I can't compete on the height. Fellow cooperators, good afternoon. It's a real pleasure to be here and have the opportunity to speak with you. It's been a little over a year since we welcomed you all to One Angel Square, Co-op Group's headquarters, and goodness, what a year it's been. I am struck that there can rarely have been a time of greater need for our cooperative movement to stand up and to be counted. For all the challenge and at times darkness, our movement can bring real light and hope. Too many in our country and in our world feel forgotten, unwelcome, left behind, and cut adrift. But our cooperative values and principles can change that. Our role as stewards of our movement is to make sure that cooperation is at the service of these people, these families, and these communities. And it's why we need to bless you. It's why we need to see. I also possess a big sneeze, so I recognize the kindred spirit. So it's why we need to see more cooperative businesses thriving and growing, and more cooperative politics as well. So in a world of such conflict and division, we at the Co-op Group have been clear that while hate divides communities, cooperation builds them. The party's community Britain has had its heart the belief and evidence that cooperation builds fairer and more resilient communities where people can thrive and prosper. The cooperative movement is at its best when we are practical and when we get things done. So the Co-op Group has campaigned hard on the importance of social mobility, and we've given life to this in how we run our business. I'm also very proud to lead a cooperative business that provides good jobs and progression opportunities in every postal area in the country. I'm proud to lead an organization that includes the Cooperative Academies Trust, which runs 38 academies that achieve remarkable things in often challenging circumstances. As many as twice the number of children in our academies are on free school meals compared to the national average. But while 12.8% of young people are not in education or training, people upon leaving schools across the UK, in our co-op academies, that number is just 3.8%. I'm proud to lead a cooperative society that's recognized by the Social Mobility Foundation as the leading non-professional services business in the UK when it comes to championing social mobility. And this matters because it is about individuals realizing their potential, but it also matters because, as our research with Demos last year showed, if every business stepped up to promote social mobility, we would see GDP grow by 1.5%, boosting the UK's economy by £19 billion and creating 540,000 new jobs. And that's the equivalent of adding a city the size of Glasgow to the economy. But our communities here and abroad are often divided by more than just opportunity. And in recent years, we've seen the devastating impact of hate crimes close to home, but also overseas. From the attack on the Heaton Park Synagogue, some of whose leaders I had just met the day before the attack, to arson attacks on mosques, to the rioting and confrontation that we've seen in these past summers, to the unimaginable violence and suffering in Sudan and in the Middle East, and the ongoing war in Ukraine. Now, our 7 million members have made clear to us that this is the time for us to stand on the shoulders of the giants who have gone before us in the co-op movement, as advocates and as builders of peace. From Bosnia to Guatemala to Rwanda, cooperatives have helped build peace, and it remains today. So I'll say again, while hate divides communities, cooperation builds them. The Co-op Group is stepping up and addressing conflict and hate here in the UK and around the world. We're working on supporting cooperatives in Ukraine, and I'm leading, and I'm very proud to be leading, the work of the International Cooperative Alliance on how cooperation can support peace around the world. A priority for our members and hundreds of our colleagues who have, bless you as well, who have self-organized has been Palestine. And so we've acted. Whether it was to support the work of medical aid for Palestinians and safeguarding the lives of 14,000 babies, working with our partners in Oxfam and the One Foundation to provide water and sanitation to tens of thousands of people in Gaza, or helping young students from Gaza to build a future through UK universities, doing what we could to ensure that they could get visas, making sure they had support when they arrived in this country, as well as access to food, and could find work if they were entitled to. And also ensuring that our sourcing policy reflects the values of our members, as they have clearly stated they expect us to act on. We're doing all we can to support a just and sustainable peace, and perhaps most importantly, as we consider a sustainable Palestinian state, we have a real focus on two things. First, to help build a sustainable economy in Palestine, so that a path forward towards a two-state solution includes two economically viable entities. And second, thank you. And second, doing what we can to promote peace building, including working with organizations like Wahat al-Salam Neve Shalom, a cooperative village in Israel, where Israeli Palestinians and Jews live together in equality, doing the hard work of understanding, educating, reconciling, and building a future together. Now, Palestine is just one example, and a very live one, of course, but only one as we look to tackle division both here at home and overseas. Now, I want to talk about another issue, which is both local and global, which our movement knows and understands very well, and that's climate change. Not least because we gather here in London, while I'm here, my Net Zero Council co-chair, the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero, is in Belém, Brazil, a city I used to call home, for COP30. In all the other challenges that we face, at home and further afield, we lose sight of the climate and nature crises at our peril. We're seeing the impact of climate change on our co-op here and now, on our producers and suppliers around the world, and also here in the UK. We're acutely aware of the impact that food price inflation is having. And earlier this summer, the ECIU found that the price of foods hit by extreme weather are rising over 4 times faster than others in the average shop. The prices of butter, beef, milk, coffee, and chocolate have risen by an average of 15.6% over the past year, compared with just 2.8% for other food and drink. Now, a 2.5 degree increase in global temperatures might sound academic, but if this is what climate change is already beginning to feel like, we really have no time to waste. While we need to invest to adapt to the changes it's causing, we know that the cost of inaction now will be unbearable for the generations to come. The Clean Power 2030 mission of this government will, in time, reduce the reliance we have on fossil fuels, which have powered the industrial revolutions of the past. The 2050 net zero target enshrined in law gives businesses the certainty and the long-term view that they need to invest in the transition to a cleaner, greener economy, which is the economic opportunity of this generation. And as with the need for greater social mobility and to build and advocate for peace, there is such a powerful role for our cooperative movement to play here. There is so much clearly available to unlock in the power that community energy could bring, for instance. So now finally, a budget is around the corner. Whenever we survey our members, the cost of living remains their top concern. It's clear from whatever you read or listen to that the Chancellor has some incredibly tough choices ahead of her. And in this context, I wanted to reflect on the fact that the party's Community Britain is focused on addressing the fact that for too long, local communities have been overlooked. Community Britain is about putting power back into the hands of the very people and the very places that we're so proud at Co-op Group to serve every day. Whether that's through our own stores, the independent societies that we're so proud to supply, our NISA partners, or our franchisees, or indeed the funeral care branches, which remain central to our ability to support families as they grieve for the loss of loved ones. We, and I suspect many of the other co-ops represented here today, are very proudly a bricks and mortar business, rooted at the heart of local communities and on high streets. That model is our history, but it's also the platform for future growth, as we see with our rapidly growing online food business, which in a few short years has become the UK's largest quick commerce player. It delivers essentials in as little as 30 minutes to over 86% of the UK's population, but it depends on our bricks and mortar stores to be able to do that. That growth, in turn, unlocks the creation of good jobs, and it leads to greater investment in our physical stores. But that growth needs support, and it needs government to make real its promises to support inclusive, sustainable growth, which contributes to thriving local economies and distributes power and profit in those communities without leaving them just in the hands of a few. And that's why we believe the budget, and specifically the reforms to business rates, marks such a crucial moment in the coming weeks. The move to greater certainty and permanently lower business rates for all but the very largest retail, hospitality, and leisure properties, introduced by this government and now on the statute books, has to be right. Our research shows that 60,000 small shops and 150,000 jobs could disappear if the government does not now follow through its reforms to business rates. In our research, 77% of small high street business owners said that this reform is essential for their survival. And it's worth remembering that the individual impact of such retail businesses closing or laying off colleagues, they're often family-owned and run businesses, the impact is detrimental to communities. Local shops and the local economies that they power are at the heart of communities. And 81% of the public in recent YouGov polling say that local shops are vital to their community. It's a self-evident truth that boarded up shops are indicative of a community facing tough, challenging times. Because we know that local shops are more than a retail outlet, but also when they're gone, they very rarely come back. For me, how the government uses the new rate system to support local shops and communities will be the bellwether of its commitment to those communities thriving and prospering. So I hope that they will deliver the maximum support through the reduced rates, which the new legislation allows for small and very small community shops. Now, you'll have been unsurprised to hear today that I believe that cooperation and the cooperative movement can provide the answers to the challenges that we face. This government's commitment to double the size of the sector, a commitment we have you, Joe, to thank, and your team, is critical to enabling us to do that. And anyone who knows me will also know that patience isn't a virtue that I am especially blessed with. But I have been encouraged by the pace of progress that I'm beginning to see. The creation of the Cooperative Development Unit, which Miata announced recently, the forthcoming call for evidence alongside the Law Commission, and the support for cooperatives the government gave at the UN World Social Summit last week. But that pace has to quicken. It has to deliver, because the communities that we serve need more cooperatives and they need more cooperation. We cannot stop, we cannot slow, and now is the time for the cooperative movement to press the faster button. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Blake, and I am the Member of Parliament for the cities of London and Westminster, which starts about 10 minutes that way. And so very much warm welcome to this part of the world. I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by my good and long-standing friend Caroline from Hackney and Meg from the Labour campaign, Labour Climate and Environment Forum. And we're going to be talking about community energy, a topic very close to my heart for a number of reasons that I think will be shared by the panellists. We are expecting Mark Pepper from Bristol to join us, and he is having transport difficulties. So we're going to make a start now. We're going to hear from our panellists for about 5 minutes each, and then hopefully there'll be some questions from the floor as well. And I'm actually going to start with you, Caroline, to talk about the fantastic work that you're doing in Hackney on community energy. Over to you.
Okay, thanks, Rachel. Yeah, very proud to be here representing the Independent Republic of Hackney. And absolutely love being under the banner of Communities Britain. Like many politicians, I started out representing my local estate, moved up to representing my local ward, and now representing a whole borough. It's a huge honour and a privilege, but I never forget it's the people within those communities that put me there and who I have to represent and fight for often. To ensure they're living good and healthy, happy lives. And community energy is one of the enormous valuable routes towards that end. What we have found since we declared our climate emergency in 2019 is there's a lot of work that we have had to do to our communities in terms of trying to make our streets safer, friendlier. We've tried to treat our borough like a sponge, putting in rain gardens to try and deal with things like flash flooding. We've tried to make our streets quieter and friendlier. We've planted trees everywhere, but it's felt very sort of paternalistic, top-down work that we've done. When we stood in our election in 2022, we presented a vision that I uphold still today, which is if you were to kind of fly like a bird over our borough and look down upon it, what would you see? I would like to see roofs covered in solar panels, to see those streets cleared of, you know, the fly tipping and the dog poo and all the other stuff we have to deal with as community representatives, but to see the cycle hangers, the electric vehicle chargers, the cycle lanes, all those things that make for a cleaner, healthier borough. And one thing that you see as you're flying above your part of the world, your area, your communities, is that there are people who have been living in extreme hardship, extreme poverty, and for whom talking about a climate emergency only makes sense if they know that it brings with it social justice and security. We have a very, very precarious world at the moment that we're all living with. And what community energy brings is a direct benefit in terms of cheaper energy and more pennies in people's pockets. So there's a real value for it. And what we've also managed to do is bring together all the stories of those people that we've helped. So we are now in our 4th round of community energy funding, and we are able to present the stories of people whose lives have been transformed by it, whether it's the local mosque that has now been able to put in underfloor heating for those people that pray, whether it's the local school that simply could not pay its bills, but now not only have they done solar panels with us through our community energy fund, but we've managed to go back in to help them with heat pumps as well, to get that 100% clean energy across their entire school and to make their bills sustainable into the future. We've managed to work in partnership with a group called Emergent to develop microgrids on 27 blocks of our housing estates. And what those microgrids allow us to do is to sell some of that energy back to our residents at a cheaper price than they would be buying it elsewhere. And so I suppose what I've come here to say is that the work we are doing in Hackney is open, transparent. It can be replicated elsewhere. It saves money. We pay for most of it through our very, very, very stretched capital funding with a bit of carbon offsetting. But, you know, we've got an annual budget of 2 billion. It's so far, in our 4th round, we're on 1,500,000. We've committed to another 500,000 next year. That's 2 million. On the back of that, 39 businesses have benefited. And those are community-led businesses, social enterprise businesses that have real social value and give back to our wider residents. And, you know, it's a small amount of money with a bit of external help that can scale up and grow in terms of the local power plan, in terms of Great British Energy. It can't just happen in Hackney, it has to happen everywhere. And we're really, really willing to share the ways and the means to do that.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Thank you. Absolutely. It's really good to hear these community energy ideas absolutely in action, and also the role that local authorities can be playing with nurturing both small businesses and supporting communities with their local energy schemes. Meg, would you like to share with us some of the work that you're doing, and particularly about why you think community energy schemes are so powerful?
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you to the Co-operative Party for having me. I first started talking about community energy with the Co-operative Party about a year or so, a year and a half ago now. And obviously, community energy has been a huge part of what the Co-operative Party has pushed for over decades. But Caitlin Prowell, who many of people in this room will know, when she started the community, when she launched Community Britain, I believe last year, one of the things that she wanted to do was take the work and the policy work that the Co-operative Party had been doing for a long time and have it meet the moment in politics about where we are, which is, as we've heard today, about division in our communities, about a feeling of detachment from government, people feeling not only dissatisfied, but a feeling that government can't really change anything, that institutions can't actually meet problems, and crucially, that the state and that government feel out of reach and out of touch with ordinary people, that government is something that is done to people and not with them. And Community Britain at its heart is about addressing this and utilising policies that Joe and everyone else at the Co-operative Party has shouted about for many years. And where I come in, the Labour Climate and Environment Forum, which is a relatively new organisation that aims to raise ambition and knowledge about climate and nature in the Labour movement, is that I think that community energy is one of the key ways in which we can make net zero accessible, beneficial, and done with communities, not to them, at a crucial time for climate consensus. And so I would say that for me, this part of Community Britain and the pamphlet that LSEF did with the Co-operative Party that we launched in June with Ed Miliband that was called Power in Our Communities is really crucial to me in the way that I speak about and understand the impetus to make climate action accessible and done with ordinary people in a way that not only builds their knowledge of renewable energy sources, but also brings communities together for a kind of shared purpose, as well as some of the amazing stuff that's been done in Hackney that Caroline was talking about, especially in terms of lowering bills, which is obviously an enormous strand of clean power by 2030. And of course, the Hackney Light and Power scheme is what a lot of Great British Energy and the local power plan is modelled on. So it really is the People's Republic setting an example. And of course, thank you to Mette Coban for that, who is now our Deputy Mayor for Environment and Energy. So in terms of how we make community energy work with communities, I think we have to address the problem of what net zero already looks like. Now, my amazing friend Sophie Jenkinson, who is the co-director of Round Our Way, who you heard from on your community power panel earlier today, has always said that the problem with net zero, if we're not careful, and by we I mean people in the kind of climate Labour-aligned movements, is that if we're not careful, it can look like Brexit, in that it's a bunch of liberal elites up here telling people on the ground that it is good for them and that it has to happen with no question of choice, no democratic principle, etc., etc. Now, this is a kind of playbook that is obviously, once again, going to be exploited by, surprise, surprise, the same actor, Nigel Farage. He did it with Brexit, and he's currently doing it with climate consensus and net zero. Net stupid zero, saying it's an ideological exercise to make your bills more expensive, and it's some kind of like commie principle of Ed Miliband's. Whereas actually we know that climate action is really popular with the general public, and people are really, really keen to see their politicians, their elected representatives take proper, robust action. But we also know that the climate movement has not always been as inclusive as it can be. It tends middle class, it tends urban, it tends liberal, and it can feel really exclusionary to people, especially when we start to get into the quite policy wonky weeds of what actually energy production and ownership looks like. And so for me, me, and I think Rachel's giving me a little nod to say we want to get to questions, but for me, community energy, just on a pure political level, is one of these things that goes directly to the heart of communities, extends a hand and says, please, let's build our clean energy future together. It is done with communities, by communities, and not to them, and that's why at the Labour Climate Environment Forum, we're so passionate about it.
Thank you very much. I was actually nodding in agreement. I was just nodding in agreement. I'm afraid it looks as though Mark can't join us, so I'm going to ask Caroline and Megan a couple of questions, but we will also have a little bit of time for your questions if you'd like to ask any questions of Caroline or Megan as well. So Caroline, in terms, you started to talk a little bit about scale and how Hackney has scaled, but what examples are you aware of, and where do you think the real barriers are for scaling community energy schemes?
Yeah, I mean, just to pick up on that point also about communities and also the earlier point around community cohesion, in a borough like Hackney, at the last census we found we had 89 different languages spoken. If we're going to go along with all those communities, we have to remember there are many communities within each community as well. So I think for me, the way that we've cut through that is thinking very much about place and developing a place. So it could be the school and its environment, it could be the local faith setting, it could be the leisure centre, it could be those areas. But that is very small, that is hyperlocal. And I love the hyperlocal, that's why I'm in local government. You can come up with a policy and idea and you can see change out in the public realm within months, you know, certainly within years. But at a certain point, you do need to up that scale because at the moment, you know, 39, 40, by the time we finish the next round, maybe we'd be heading up to 50 sites that we will have transformed in a fantastic way. But what about everywhere else? So when I think about scale, it's how do we work cooperatively to grow what we've begun? If we can work with one school and make it completely renewable in terms of its energy, how do we replicate that across an entire neighbourhood? And I'm happy to do it one neighbourhood at a time, sort of hand in hand with leaders of other councils. But does that mean we have to have a closer relationship with the larger social enterprises that we see around us? And where does that investment come from? It is very exciting to have chaos with Ed Miliband. I absolutely love it. And he is such a good champion for holding on to, you know, that commitment to net zero and Great British Energy. And I think he does understand how to take that small ambition and grow it large. And we just have to kind of see that, you know, upheld in the budget for sure.
Brilliant. Megan, you talk really powerfully about the politics and why this matters so much. Are there any particular further risks to the right that you see in this space and why it matters so much that we are taking people with us on this climate consensus journey?
Absolutely. I mean, I think there are what's tricky when your back's against the wall, as I think it is for a lot of people in the climate space and in kind of left movements in general, is that it means that you're constantly on the defensive. And so you are constantly having to say, no, this is popular, actually. No, this is going to make bills cheaper. No, this isn't, you know, again, a sort of a commie kind of conspiracy led by Ed Miliband. But what it also means that when you're constantly reactive and defensive, you sometimes stop being able to reflect on where things might not be going so well and what the risks are. I'm really grateful to work with amazing partners like the Co-operative Party and others who are constantly working internally in the kind of labour and climate space to make us better, to make us more resilient against these attacks from the right. So again, Round Our Way, which was mentioned before, is an organisation that addresses this kind of middle class problem, I think, with a lot of climate movements, and that there's a real problem, for example, within the Labour movement. One, that we do tend middle class, same with climate, but also that there are still people, I think, even within the Labour movement who think of climate action and ambition as a kind of luxury issue, a preserve of your sort of like liberal middle classes, sort of stuck in a kind of like 96, 97 perspective that don't realise that actually the country has moved massively forward in the almost 3 decades since then. And what Round Our Way does is, one, One, it highlights the fact that climate impacts are here and they are real. So as you would have heard on the panel this morning, things like flooding, which means access to like grassroots sport, things like potholes that really matter to kind of your communities across the country. These are all caused and exacerbated by the climate crisis. We can't talk about it anymore as if it's some faraway thing happening on the other side of the world when it's here and it's real. Especially, Shireen just talked about, for example, the food inflation. You know, coffee, chocolate up by 15-20%. You know, these are things that are affecting all of us. And so I really love the work of Round Our Way, because they not only say, actually, the climate crisis is already here, and it is specifically affecting people who are the poorest and most vulnerable and the people who the Labour Party was founded to represent and advocate for, but it also highlights working class voices and communities to make sure that we never forget that those are the people we're fighting for, but also to make sure that when we're sort of sat around political and climate roundtables talking about how important our cause is, we don't lose sight of those communities and we actually elevate them. Now that's really important, I think, because actually the right playbook at the moment is to say that it is a liberal middle class issue rather, and that Ed Miliband doesn't understand ordinary communities and doesn't advocate for them. And organisations like Round Our Way and others that can absolutely, in a very, very strong way, say that Nigel Farage is not on your side, he is not a friend of the working class, and he is not a friend of the ordinary community, is really important. And for me, again, to go back to my original point, community energy also is a way to access those communities and to get in there and say, this is something we can do with you that will make your life better, it will make your life cheaper, and also says these communities care about the climate crisis. And that's why I'm very passionate about it.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have questions that they would like to put to Megan and Caroline? I'll just take a couple of questions from over here. Is there a mic? Brilliant. Yes, this man here with the white hair. Actually, it looks like green hair, but
Thank
I think
you.
it's
Don
probably white hair.
Entwistle from Rochdale. I mean, the one thing that you've talked about is infrastructure. So in the energy bill, the problem of community turbines hasn't been addressed properly. Because if you get community turbines, the infrastructure that brings, the money that's coming into those communities as a result of those community turbines, transforms that community. So I hope in the energy bill, Rachel, particularly, that we don't lose sight of community turbines. If you think about them putting them in all the coastal communities of Britain, that would transform those coastal communities with that amount of money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Man in front.
I'm Bill Edwards, chair of the Chelmsford Star Co-operative Party. Could the cooperative movement do more to promote community oil buying co-ops? Now, those of us who are off the gas main will know what I'm talking about. The rest of you probably don't. The problem if you buy oil is you can run out for a start. The other thing is, the more you buy, the lower the rate is. So with a cooperative, you can have a system where people can buy half a tank of oil for the price, at the price per litre they pay for a full tank of oil. And we set one of these up on our own, and it works.
Good to hear. I think we'll just come around here, and then we'll come into the middle. Lady in the blue jumper at the front.
Thank you. My name's Kat Arnold. I'm the West Sussex Secretary for Co-op, and also I sit on Labour Party's NEC. Hello.
Hello.
My question is about really great experiences from Hackney, but how do we roll out more community projects like that that are really quick and impact people's pockets overnight nationally, as a national kind of objective? But also, I wanted to say it's of course not just about keeping your money in your pocket, it's also about protecting from attacks, terrorist attacks on our infrastructure systems, and how do we raise that to the fore without scaring people that that's actually quite a nice, safe model to move to.
Thanks. Great. Some questions here. Woman at the front. Woman here.
I've got a mic here. Leslie Hines, and part of the brochure that was printed this year from Edinburgh and Scotland. One of the things you've talked about is community energy, which is great, but you haven't talked about cooperatives, community energy cooperatives. I'm used to chair and a member of Edinburgh Community Solar Cooperative, which, as I say, is in the brochure. And it would have been useful, I think, to have somebody on the panel, just being critical here, to actually speak about solar cooperatives or cooperatives which are a win-win for the energy, for renewables, but also a win-win for people who invest and get their money back. So just a bit disappointing, and can we maybe make sure we actually talk about cooperatives in community energy as well as community energy? Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. We'll take one more and then see if Caroline and Megan have reflections. Just a woman here in red jacket.
Rachel Bergin, Co-operative Women's Network. In order for the whole theory of community energy to work in communities, I think two things need to happen. So, for example, say a village, parish council wants to build a wind farm. First of all, that parish council would need to access the finance to do that. Secondly, that village, the people who live in that village are going to need to directly benefit from the energy from that wind farm. It's all very well it going into the grid. It's all very well saying, well, you might get a discount on your bill. I think that the cause and effect of the community energy, I think, needs to be much stronger than it actually is in order for it to actually cut through in communities.
Thank you, Rachel. Caroline, did you want to come in on the point about cooperatives?
Yeah, well, I want to channel Mark for everybody, because if he was here, he would have talked about the Ambition Lawrence Weston project, which is, I think it's the tallest wind turbine in the UK that was brought together through cooperative sharing, basically everyone getting together and putting the money together to build their own wind turbine. So it's a true example of exactly what you're talking about, how cooperative working can bring energy into the community, again, save money in people's pockets, but also having that bit of power, literal community power and control in that neighbourhood. So it would have been really great to have had Mark.
There was a plan.
There was a plan to have Mark here as well.
Yeah.
And it is interesting hearing, about oil and gas, and I obviously don't want to be digging out fossil fuels, and I'm very much on board with the tackling the climate emergency. But also, as I run a council, I recognise that some things are going to take time, so we're not going to actually be replacing all our gas boilers with electric, alternative heat pumps overnight. We're certainly doing amazing work with ground source heat pumps, air source heat pumps. We're across our leisure centres, there are so many opportunities, but in terms of individual homes, we're a long way away from that. So actually how you pool some of those resources and share them in ethical ways is something that we have to look at, I think, on a sort of a national level. Even electrification, we're going to electrify our fleets in Hackney, but a lot of we have our own in-sourced environmental waste operation, a lot of trucks there that run on HVO, so hydrogenated vegetable oil. So there are other kind of innovative ways of managing fuel and sort of dealing with fuel poverty, but also the cost of fuel for actual councils and our sort of cash-strapped councils as well. So those were the things I was going to pick up on, but I know there were a lot more questions raised.
Megan, did you want to talk a bit about the point about security and the role of cooperative structures as well within the importance of community energy?
Absolutely. And yeah, just to pick up on Caroline's point and to Leslie, thank you, of course, for your contribution to Power in Our Communities. I highly recommend that everyone in the room goes and downloads Power in Our Communities if you're interested in community energy and indeed the cooperative structure. Of course, I am not Mark Pepper, nor could I ever wish to be. But if he were here, he would talk a lot more about that. And so rest assured that that was the plan. But I believe he'll be here later if anybody would like to grab him and talk more about cooperative structures within community energy.
No, let's hear it.
Do you want to come?
Mark,
He's
come
over there.
up,
If anybody wants to, wants to see him. There we are.
Mark, we've got 5 minutes. Would you say a bit what you do for? Do you want to?
I think we've got a mic coming as well. It's so nice to have a special guest.
Rock star really rock star entrance. Right, we've got 5 minutes.
Can you hear that?
Over to you.
So firstly, apologies. Storm Claudia played havoc on Bristol Temple Meads and Bristol Parkway. I was on the I was on the train station at 8:30 this morning.
Oh.
I've only just managed to get here, so apologies.
So, welcome.
So if they haven't already told you, my name's Mark Pepper. I'm from a very small council estate in North Bristol called Lawrence Weston. And we as a group of residents have come together to deliver the residents' written development plan. So it's trying to regenerate and renew the area and improve the health and wellbeing outcomes for our residents, all 7,200 of them. We share around about 3,500 homes. So we've got a plan. It's an extremely aspirational plan. And as a result of those aspirations, it's going to take a great deal of money to do some of the projects and some of the schemes that the residents are demanding. That is why we went on to, in very short, that is why we went on to build the tallest wind turbine in England, owned by the local residents. That generates an income that helps to deliver our plan. Simple as that. Brilliant. I know the first topic was about climate and can we engage residents like ours in climate by giving them a stake in energy? Well, you certainly can. We've proven that. When we went out and did our consultation to develop the community plan, there was not one mention of climate whatsoever. They had more pressing priorities to worry about than climate. They know the ice caps are melting thousands of miles away, but the ice in their freezers are melting where they can't put the electricity on. So we're not eco-warriors. We're not trying to save the climate. Although along our long journey that started in 2012, we've now become more aware of climate issues and how, in fact, they're going to affect areas like ours more than most. And we also learned that climate action is community development, basically, but we're just coming at it through two different narratives. So we need to change the language. So we are now delivering the residents' written climate action plan from a zero start, basically, around awareness, to developing lots and lots of different projects, all impacting climate, but first and foremost, meeting the residents' current day priorities. So we deliver that by stealth. If you want to deliver climate action in areas like mine, don't mention climate action. Puts everyone off, seriously. XR did a fantastic job in bringing it to the forefront, but they also turned communities like ours away from some of their actions and some of their unintended consequences of those actions. But yeah, seriously, if you want to do climate in areas similar to mine, don't mention climate, concentrate on the residents' priorities, and you will get that climate action, although it might not be, deliberate. It's certainly there to be had.
Fantastic. Fantastic, Mark. That was really, I was worth the wait. I would say, and I'm sorry you've had such a lousy journey. Are there any, just two final questions if anybody wants to ask women? Hello. Yes, hello, in the middle.
Thank you. Megan, you're my new favourite person because you speak so incredibly. So thank you so much. I wanted to ask, or I wanted to suggest, like we are speaking about climate action in the UK, but I think there's also another point. Sorry, my name's Kemi. I'm Deputy Leader at Wandsworth Council, but I'm also Chair of the Co-operative BAME network. I think there's also the effect that climate action has on our overseas partners as well, especially things like, well, I always talk about avocados. The minute people start losing their avocados, they realise what we've been doing in the UK and how that's affecting people abroad. No more avocados for anyone anymore. But I think there's a message that we also need to share with our members, because we do care about people outside of the UK as well, and I wonder if that is going to factor in any future policy legislation.
Oh, thank you, Kemi. Nice to see you. And there's another man, two people here. And that's probably the last, and then I'll give just a minute sum up to everybody.
I'm Vivian Woodell from the Mid-Counties Cooperative, also a board member of the West Mill Wind Farm Cooperative, one of the earliest community-owned cooperatives, and one of the largest. We power about 2,500 homes. And I want to ask you about how you think we should react to Reform's announcement that they intend to impose a generation tax on renewables. I think that could shut us down, actually. A similar tax was imposed in the Czech Republic by a populist right-wing government in about 2010, and it resulted in a lot of solar schemes going bust. I'm not talking about community schemes, but private ones, but obviously that opens them up to be bought up by vultures. And clearly it's not just to those who've set up any kind of scheme to then have it pulled from under them by a policy change of that kind. And I worry that the recent announcement by the government that they're thinking of tinkering with the RPI link, which is due to end in 2030, and they're thinking of bringing that forward, or even capping the feed-in tariff and renewable obligation, could, if you like, give fuel to that possibility by suggesting that things we thought were hardwired are not, and all of that increases the cost of capital and makes lenders less willing to lend. How do you think we should react to this? Should we tackle it head on and actually fight it? Because it's already starting to have an effect in the sector. Or do we kind of just cross our fingers and hope that they are never in a position to implement it?
Thanks. And then final comment or question?
Yes, yes, Dick Simons. I'm from East Kent Co-operative branch and East Thanet Labour Party. That's Polly Billington's constituency. So I'm really asking about retrofitting because, as you know, the Tories gleefully went into retrofitting houses and they used private enterprise, of course, and the cowboys galloped in and made a hash of it. And now there are children dying of fungal disease caused by black mold. So, you know, that is not the way to do it. We did talk locally about an alternative, which would be a sort of hierarchical thing, so that a responsible local authority body would collect together the expert builders and roofers. And in my town, Broadstairs, we've got some fantastically knowledgeable people, small businesses, I mean, you know, run from small houses themselves, who know, and their whole life has been in building, to take these people and use them to train up a whole cadre of fitters who will be doing it properly. So I wonder what you thought of that.
Yeah. I like the sound of that. That would be my preferred system. But I know that Caroline, you're going to just feedback and then sum up finally, and same for you, Megan.
Yes. Yeah, two very quick points. One in response to Kemi, and there's something about our circular economy and creating circular economic zones or places where we can repair, reuse, recycle within our councils and also give entrepreneurs opportunities. And I think just to remember that the way of doing all that isn't just one Western way. Again, with the different communities that we have in a borough like Hackney, there are people from other parts of the world that have been working in that way for many, many, many years and who can teach each other and share. And I think it's about making those businesses, those entrepreneurial activities, sustainable. Certainly would want to fight against taxing some of those enterprises that was touched on earlier as well. In terms of retrofit, you kindly talked about Hackney Light and Power as our sort of the way we bring all our groups together, our community work together, and that definitely involves cooperatives and social enterprises in that process. So we have groups that really understand what retrofit today should look like, whether it's installation in one environment, and to ensure that you bring ventilation with that so you're not creating more damp and mould in the process. So we've got about 6 different groups attached to Hackney Light and Power: Stokey Energy, Heels, Crew, some of them up for Community Energy Awards, and they're held together by a group called Community Energy London, who help to kind of nurture all those different groups to grow. But what is nice about having the small circles of groups like that is that they really know their hyper-local communities. They really get them and understand them and, you know, make a real difference on the ground and inspire others to come and get involved. So that I'll stop.
Thank you, Caroline.
Amazing, thank you. I have 5 very quick points to wrap up. So first of all, I will be at the drinks reception afterwards if anybody wants to talk more about community energy and any of the things raised here today. Second, the first question, thank you so much, that's very nice. I couldn't agree more with you. I know that the Co-operative Party is already doing amazing work on international development, looking at these supply chains. Obviously, Fairtrade is a key partner of the Co-op group as well. I'd love to talk with you more about that. One of the things that I'm really keen to look at through the Labour Climate Environment Forum is critical minerals and the supply chains around there. So we are moving to rapid electrification, not only in transport, but also everyone having multiple mobile phones every few years, iPads, laptops, etc. Every single one of those requires cobalt to stabilize the lithium battery. 70% of the world's cobalt comes from the Democratic Republic of Congo, one of the poorest nations. The supply chains are absolutely horrific. And when we think about the green transition and the climate crisis, we have to think about the people from end to end that we are talking about. And I couldn't be more passionate about that. Third, Thank you. Third, in terms of I mean, yes, we fight it. Ed Miliband says we fight reform on this, we fight the generation tax, but we also fight the principle of it. Ed Miliband said at our Labour Climate and Environment event at Labour Conference, what is the point of politics if not to go out and fight for your values and your ideals? And I couldn't agree more with him. We have to say to people, not only is this wrong-headed, not only is it going to make your bills go up, but crucially, it is the wrong thing to do, and we need to say that with our chest. My fourth point and the third question, first of all, love that you live in Broadstairs, love Polly Billington and that part of the world. And also, again, I couldn't agree more on the trust that comes with retrofitting. One of the things that I do worry about with the Warm Homes Plan and scaling up the retrofit offer from this government is not that it's not the right thing to do, because it completely is, but that it is a key sign of our climate action plan from this government. And if somebody has someone go into their home and, as you say, be a total cowboy, it's not just their reputation on the line, it's the Warm Homes Plan and it's the government's. And so I think we need to get that trust point right, again, to, as we've all been talking about, make sure that that climate consensus stays really strong. And fifth and final point is please download Power Now Communities. I'm really proud of the work that LSEF has been doing with the Co-operative Party. And thank you to the Co-operative Party for having me and Rachel for chairing so well.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mark, for making it. Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, Megan. Thank you all for your contributions. This is such an important part of Community Britain, and it's been a real privilege to hear from you all today, and look forward to our continued cooperation with each other. Thank you.
We are turning our attention to our latest policy intervention within Community Britain. It's called Grassroots Growth. Do have a look at it. This is the piece. This is the piece we're going to be talking about through the next part of the conference. This is all about that economic underpinning of what is important about empowered communities. What does it mean, not just in terms of the community in which we've talked about, but what sort of country does it build and what sort of economy does it build? In order to do it, I've got a very simple job. I have to introduce someone who has inspired me in this area for many years. Someone who I've been privileged to work alongside, someone who has understood the importance of this area for an awful long period of time. She now also benefits from being the minister in the MHCLG in charge of it, which is a remarkable piece. So, conference, I want us to welcome the Labour and Co-operative Minister, Miata Fambula, Minister for Communities, Faith and Devolution. The floor is yours.
Friends, as a proud Co-op MP, I am absolutely delighted to be here with you today to celebrate the brilliant work of our Community Britain campaign. And it was fantastic to contribute to its most recent pamphlet, Grassroots Growth. If you haven't read it, have a read. It is filled with brilliant insights, ideas, and the core argument, which I think is the heart of the project that we need to take forward. And look, we're having this conversation. The pamphlet came together at a time when I genuinely believe that we stand as a crossroads. We all know that the system hasn't been working for people in our communities for a long time, and that after 14 years of Tory government, we face challenges that feel, quite frankly, insurmountable. Living standards that have not budged for 14 years, when Labour was last in power, as people's pay packets have flatlined and the cost of essentials has spiked. We inherited a situation where 1 in 3 families are struggling to get by, can't afford day-to-day essentials to stay afloat, where 30% of our children are living in poverty. And at the same time, as the wealth and the fortune of those at the top grows exponentially. Today, the top 10% of households now own 43% of the country's wealth, whereas the bottom 50% own just 9% of this wealth. And the reason why the cost of living crisis that people are still feeling today has been so painful is because it is a massive hammer blow at the end of a long period in which people have already been squeezed. And look, it's not just about the money in people's pockets, it's the fact that something as basic as a decent roof above your head that you can afford is now out of reach for so many. That everyday services that build the foundations for people to get ahead have been decimated, whether that's our social care, healthcare, childcare, Sure Start, our schools, universities, youth service, you name it. We inherited them all at breaking point. Huge cuts to local government, which is absolutely critical for building the resilience of our communities, and our community and social infrastructure weakened. And so the need for change is visceral. I spent a lot of time, like many of you, knocking on doors before that last election. I spent a lot of time talking to people in our communities, and you can feel it. And people are tired. They feel ground down, they feel frustrated, and this is breeding a deep disillusionment with traditional politics. And this has created the space for the populist right to rise with their false promises and their easy answers. And we are seeing the same old playbook, the othering of people, preying on our diversity, which should be a strength that should be celebrated in order to sow hate and division. And there is a rising tide of something dark that threatens to tear apart our communities and pit people against each other. And look, my view is that we have to confront this head on and offer a politics of hope and renewal that draws on the power of community and cooperation. And yes, the inheritance is bad. And I started off talking about the inheritance because I think it's important that we root the project in the reality that we are confronted with. But because that inheritance is so dire, because things are so broken, we need to lift our sights, not lower our sights. We've got to work 3 times harder to repair the damage, to rebuild, and to fundamentally renew the country. And at the heart of this project for me is a really simple question. How do we get the economy to work for the majority of people, not just for the few? This is the key question that progressives must answer if we are to get to the heart of the frustration, that you can feel in the country, the deep disillusionment with our politics, the impatience for change, that is visceral. And to do this, we have to confront the reality that the economic model we all subscribe to for decades is failing. That the idea that if you grow the economy by giving your wealth creators the edge, the pie expands, those at the top take a bigger slug, but everyone else is better off. Everyone does incrementally better. This basic premise of our economic model has broken down. And this has been long in the making, but the last 15 years since the global financial crisis has amplified this and brought it to the fore. So, if we are to deliver radical renewal, which is what we absolutely must do, at the heart of this must be the pursuit of a new economic model that works in the service of the majority of people. One that will lift up living standards, yes, but more than that, one that is rooted in cooperative principles, that gives people control, power, and a stake in the economy so they can ensure it works in their interests. And for me, this is what grassroots growth means. It's about economic change that our regions, our communities, our people can feel. This will necessitate national change and intervention, yes, but it won't translate into meaningful change in people's lives that they can feel unless there is action at the local level. And for me, that means a rapid and radical devolution of power to regional and local government. And look, the pace of devolution has been ad hoc. It's been slow, it's been painful over the last decade. But if we are serious about closing the divide between places, we will have no choice but to embrace devolution, because the set of prescriptions that you need in London are different to the set of prescriptions that you need in Greater Manchester or the West Midlands. And to be meaningful, devolution must come with the creation of strong local institutions like our mayors and our strategic authorities, tasked with driving economic change in different places. But in return for greater powers, local leaders will need to work hand in glove with their local communities to define what success looks like for their place, to develop a shared plan and create a new way of doing things, tapping into the energy, the ideas that we know are on the ground. And critically, local leaders will need to use the procurement, the investment power of the local state to build up the cooperative economy and create community wealth, giving people a bigger stake and ownership of their local economy so that more of the benefits flow to them by supporting community ownership of assets and cooperatives and mutuals. So that in place after place after place, we are putting everyday people in control of the parts of the economy so that when the economy does well, they do well. And look, we have made important strides in delivering with tremendous work of fellow cooperators Jim McMahon and Alex Norris at MHCLG. And as the new Minister for Devolution, Faith and Communities, I'm now picking up the baton to take this work forward with urgency and the pace it deserves. So we are running at devolution. This government's landmark English devolution and community empowerment bill will deliver the biggest transfer of power from Whitehall to our regions and our communities for centuries, creating the conditions for grassroots growth across the countries so that we can build from our communities up. We are giving mayors and strategic authorities new powers to respond to the economic challenges they face and to support their communities, businesses, cooperatives and social enterprise to help regenerate and revitalize our town centres and build community wealth. And I'm so pleased that the bill draws on so much of the work that this movement has been driving for. The transformational community right to buy powers it ushers in has been hard-won. And it's campaigns by people in this room that means that it is now almost a reality. And that right will hand local people the power to take ownership of places and spaces that matter to them, whether that's a pub, a community centre or a sports club, giving them the opportunity to take ownership and control of places at the very heart of their community. Alongside that, we're rolling out our pivotal Pride in Place programme that looks to address the sense of decline and that sense that places, our most deprived places, feel that they have been failed by government. And look, we know that the thing that people see on their doorsteps, the thing they see in their communities shapes their view of national politics. This shapes their belief in whether change is possible and politics can impact on their lives in a way that drives renewal. And so we are very clear. The answer to delivering pride of place is not in Whitehall or Westminster, but in our communities. And that's why we're providing £2 million a year of funding over 10 years to 244 of our most deprived communities to invest in their priorities. And look, for me, this isn't simply about the investment in places, however important that is, but it is the fact that through this program, communities can come together, people from different backgrounds can come together to have a conversation about their place, about the things that aren't working, but the change that they want and the vision they have for their locality. And through that process, we say we give you power, we give you agency, we give you money to drive that change. And my view is if they can deliver change in their place, it builds hope that change at a bigger national level is possible. And I am really clear there is a pivotal role for the cooperative sector in driving this agenda forward. Cooperative models, we know, are rooted in places and people. It has it at its very heart. And so the opportunity to build the cooperative economy as people think about what they want to do in their place, how they take ownership and how they root it in cooperative principles. And we, as national government, have an absolutely critical role to do. That commitment to double the size of the cooperative the economy was absolutely critical. And now we have to get on with the implementation of that. And so for me in my department, that is the Cooperative Development Unit. That is an opportunity for us to not just invest, but to support the cooperative economy so that we can have change in place that is rooted in ownership that local people are at the heart of. And look, this is hard. What we are trying to do and the change that we are trying to drive is hard. But the thing that gives me genuine hope is that I believe our movement have the ideas to confront the challenges of our time. And it is only through cooperative ways that we will build back an economy that works for people. And we need to tell that story time and time again through our Community Britain campaign, going into our communities, speaking to people about the change that we can bring about, spotlighting cooperation in action, and using these insights to generate ideas to build on the work that we are doing in government. And critically, to stand up against the threat from the populist right with their snake oil politics, their lazy promises, and their instincts to divide us, and build hope in community after community after community that change can and absolutely must be delivered. Thank you.
Fantastic. Huge thank you, Miata. That was absolutely wonderful. Another huge round of applause for Miata. Thank you. My name is Jack Abbott, and I'm the very proud Labour and Cooperative MP for Ipswich. And as Miata and Joe said, we're here to talk about this fantastic new Community Britain report, Grassroots Growth. This report brings together economists, academics and policymakers to discuss one of the most vital questions facing our country today. How do we stimulate economic growth that serves our communities? This report launched online last week, and I really do urge you to look it up, not least because although it says here they're available on a first-come, first-served basis, I understand that they have already been served. So you'll have to go online or do request your hard copy as well. I've got a fantastic panel of speakers alongside me today. Miata, who you've already heard from, one of my colleagues in the Co-operative Parliamentary Party, 40 strong now, or over 40 strong, and a minister in MHCLG as well, covering local growth. We have Rachel Lawrence next to me, co-director and head of policy and programmes at the Centre for Thriving Places, and Professor Graham Atherton, the vice principal at Ruskin College, Oxford. All three of our panellists today are featured in this grassroots growth report as well. Shortly, I'm going to be asking panellists to say a quick couple of words as well before we open it up to Q&A. So do have your questions, not points or comments, please, ready in a moment. So, Rachel, if I turn to you, what does grassroots growth mean to you?
Thank you. I think for me, it really comes down to living standards, and lots of people have talked about this. Miata referenced it. And it's a bit of jargon, isn't it, living standards, but it feels like it's something that has started to kind of take hold a bit in the last couple of years in political speak, and I think it does what it says on the tin. Do people feel like day-to-day their life works well? I think for me, the question of grassroots growth is, does it give you good living standards? And that is to do with financial stability, but it is also to do with the other things that sit around that, around health, around connection to other people in your community, a sense of belonging, pride in place, being able to access nature and outdoor spaces. So I really like the concept of living standards for encapsulating all of that. And I think if you have any kind of growth that doesn't deliver good living standards for everybody, then what's the point? So for me, grassroots growth it has to be something that delivers the good living standards for everybody. And the other thing that I would say about it is that for me, grassroots growth is, the idea of grassroots growth is looking at the process as well as the outcome. It's not just what growth do you get at the end of some economic activity having happened, but what was that economic activity? What happened during the economic activity? What was it buying and selling? What was it providing? How were people being paid during that economic activity? How much carbon was being generated? All of these things, it's about the process, and was it rooted in communities, and was it useful for communities, as well as did it deliver, X percentage of GVA growth at the end.
Fantastic, thank you. And same to you, Graham.
Thank you, Jack. I guess there's 4 points for me with relation to grassroots growth. Firstly, and I'll make sure in a moment, inclusive. It's got to be joined up. We've got to be broad in our thinking and our connections. And finally, coming from Ruskin, I talk opportunity and skills. Firstly, inclusive. I mean, if it's not reaching and supporting those with the greatest economic challenges, individually, in the community, it's not working. That's our test when we come to metrics. The test isn't here, GDP growth, it's not productivity. It means nothing, really, to the people that we'll be talking the street here, the communities that many of us come from, that I come from. It's about living standards, we said, improvements in the lives of those who have the biggest challenges. It's got to be joined up. We took great pride in place, a wonderful initiative. This sits alongside several other initiatives that sit in that local area. We have local skills improvement plans, local growth plans, new policies for schools and for colleges and for hospitals and for the health service. How do these things join together, really, affecting local communities and creating this grassroots community growth? These things interact together. Are we bringing those things together? And he sees another new thing that comes in. There's another thing to deal with as well. Pride in place is excellent, but it has to be something that's not a burden to local authorities, to strengthen and take them forward. Thirdly, it has to be broad as well. It has to involve those who aren't necessarily engaged directly in co-op or community principles, particularly those in local businesses and in the local economy. Jack and I spoke earlier on about the challenges in Ipswich and your local high streets. It's got to involve the local anchor institutions in those communities and local businesses as well, not necessarily involved in community or co-op principles now, but need to be. And finally, opportunity and skills. Coming from Ruskin College, we've been providing opportunities for those in working class backgrounds for over 125 years. Many of those who have little opportunities before going into education and to transform their lives, and also associated with the union movement. It's got about opportunities, really. It's got about opportunities to progress, in whatever that means, in different sorts of ways. It means different things to different people, opportunity and progression. Those ideas of social mobility need to widen out a little bit, I think, now, to embrace a broader set of progress.
Thank you so much. And Miata, lastly to you, you obviously covered a lot of this in your speech a moment ago, but how do we move from getting the policies off the page in reports like this and felt in communities like ours?
So we have to get on with the doing. The thing that actually, the thing that gives me so much hope is we have huge amounts of ideas that have been built over a long period of time. We have these ideas in our movements, they're in the pamphlet, and actually now we need to get on. And some of that might be a bit of testing, some of that might be a bit of experimentation, but we know that the status quo isn't working. So I think our appetite for innovating and trying things is absolutely critical. And, I take Pride in Place as an example of that. It's a terrifying thing for Whitehall that we just say, look, we're just going to give a community 2 million. Off you go. You go out, you reach out, you build your community board. We don't have a say. There is no business case that you have to provide for Whitehall for us to tick. We're going to make that investment for 10 years. And you decide what works for your place by having a conversation in your community, and then you invest in that. And we want to encourage you to think about cooperative ways of organising the investment that you make. So, if we get this right, I'm hoping in every Pride in Place, there is a cooperative that comes out of it. But that's a bit of a leap. It's a big, big shift from how we have done things in government. But my view is the things that we have been doing have not been working for people. And so actually you'd now just have to get... And yes, there will be examples where it doesn't work. And yes, there'll be examples where mistakes are made. But we do that all the time as government in Whitehall. And we learn from those and we evolve. And the key is that we're creating networks so that communities, local authorities, regional government can learn from each other. What worked, what didn't work, what matters in this particular context. And we evolve that way. And I don't see our ability to drive the scale of radical change that people want unless we're willing to do that. So it is moving from the thinking and the talking and the process which government loves and Whitehall loves to the doing and the action in our places.
That's an excellent line to leave on. Thank you. So now I'm going to open it up to questions from the floor. I'm going to take these in groups of 3, but again, please do keep them quite short and punchy if you can, so we can get as many as we in. And if you can introduce yourself and say where you're from, that would be great. So yeah, just here. Thank you. Yeah.
Hi, thanks. My name's Dawn Dublin. I am the chair of East Sussex Co-operative Party, and I'm based in Hastings, where I'm part of a mutual aid called Black Butterfly. Thank you to all the speakers, and really interesting to hear everything that you're saying. But, it's like in theory and in practice, and how when we live in this kind of pyramidal systems, and in Hastings, it's definitely like a pyramidal system, how do we stop living in those types of societies instead of working on, we do a lot of work on collective care and, like collective organizing, but where it's still very top down. So even though you're saying there will be 2 million that's going to these different communities to try stuff, we do living labs all the time, but we're constantly facing barriers, which is systemic. So how can you ensure that that's not going to happen? How can you sort of evidence like the best practice, but as opposed to the places where it's failing, and learn from it? Especially because I think you talked about inclusion, but no one ever seems to be studying the systems of exclusion. And we're talking about that all the time, and that's the problem. The systems of exclusion are what create the barriers.
Thank you. And the lady just down here as well, and the yellow top.
Thank you. Marlene Corby from the Southwest, Bath and West. You said that the economic model was broken. Okay, so, but we still have no generally available alternative taught in our schools today. We've got them in our hands at age 3, 4, 5. They all understand fair trade, basic principles of cooperation. We've got them. And then we lose them because the schools are not interested in teaching any other alternative model, no cooperative model. How, please, can we address this?
Thank you. And the gentleman just over there, just in the second row. Thank you.
Thank you. Clive Fraser, Croydon Councillor, ex-chair London Co-op Party. First of all, Beata, thank you very much for the Pride in Place programme. It's going to make a big difference to New Anderton. Just one small plea, don't make the council the accountable body for it. Second question is the Co-op Development Unit. Can you give us a bit more information about that? What is going to be remit? How is it going to be funded? How well it's going to be funded? And will it have a regional dimension to it?
Yes, I'll go in reversal. Do you want to take that first one?
Thank you, Connor. Look, 2 things. The thing that we've tried to do as we've designed Pride in Place is, when our local authorities work in partnership with our community, it's really, really powerful. And when you've got an enabling local authority, that is a really, really powerful model. Now, that's not the way it plays out in every area. So we've tried to get the balance right where we are very, very clear that, if you like, the decision sits with the board and the neighbourhood board. And we've created some disruption in it. So, you know, we, for example, for the first time have given MPs a say on choosing that chair, and in part to make sure that it is a proper community champion. But the money can't be allocated or spent unless it's against a plan that the community develops. And we're going to create processes and systems to make sure that power does sit with the community. And there will be alternatives. So for some places where you've got really good relationship with the council, actually they'll want the council to be the accountable body and spend money in line with what they say. In other areas, they might want different models. They might think, actually, we're going to set ourselves up as a co-op or mutual, and the money will flow through us. We might set ourselves as a community interest company, and we're allowing that innovation for different places so that we can ultimately get to the structure that works in that particular place. You know, my dream is that we do have that collaboration, because actually if you can combine what the community is doing with what the local authority is doing, that is the power. But places are in different stages of that journey, and what we're very, very clear in how we're designing this is that we will not take power and resources from the community, and we're doing everything we can to leverage it in. In terms of the cooperative development unit, so we're designing this at the moment, and we'll be sort of coming out with more information. But for me, the three things that it should and it must do is, one, pull together best practice, because there are lots of examples. I think we're going to get it through Pride in Places where people will be like, well, we want to take over this community asset and we want it to be a cooperative. How do we go about doing that? And being able to draw examples and best practice and say, these are the steps, these are the toolkits to enable you, will be the first one. I think the second is there will be a capacity building role that needs to happen. If we want this to grow and we want to support and enable the cooperative sector, we have got to do that capacity building. And then for me, the third is the joining up, being able to link a really good cooperative work and cooperation in one area to another area so that we are greater than the sum of our parts. So those will be the three things. We're working through the resourcing of it at the moment. It will sit within MHCLG, but it will be fundamentally rooted and based out in our communities, working hand in glove, whether it's with our Pride in Place communities, whether it's with our local authorities or our mayors, in order to drive the cooperative way.
Thank you, Miata. And Graham, it'd probably be natural to turn to you on the question of education and awareness. How do we kind of further spread that education awareness?
I think on the question, I think it's probably not fair to say that schools aren't interested in teaching these different ideas. The question is, schools have to teach a national curriculum and opportunities to do so. I mean, there's just been a review of the curriculum up to level 3 published recently that did open up more opportunities for different kinds of subject areas. But the concept of devolution is interesting. We talk about devolution as being something that power going from Whitehall to local authorities, etc. Maybe we devolve responsibility for areas of work. If we devolve more responsibility, autonomy to teaching and schools, my betting was they would teach a broader source of curriculum. Because of course, the problem up to 16 now is you don't really cover issues of economics, politics, sociology anyway. You cover the subject areas. Devolve responsibility down isn't just about devolving power to bodies within local communities. Devolving big areas of society, including perhaps education, which might help some of the things we're talking about.
Thank you very much. And Rachel, last to that question there about how do we really deliver grassroots growth that is authentic, genuine, and isn't sort of top-down by disguise? And how do we make this truly inclusive without inadvertently excluding huge swathes of our local communities as well?
I'm glad to have that question. I'm a big fan of Hastings. My parents live there, so I'm quite often down there. I think it was a fantastic question, which, as I understand it, is sort of looking at, it's all very well driving these fantastic innovative ideas, and everybody in this room is involved in trying to build an alternative economy, but it feels like we're doing that in the face of a system which is completely hardwired against that. And should, you know, I suppose this is age-old discussion about how much is this about prefiguring what is possible and trying to land it and try and fund things through Pride in Place and that kind of thing. How much is it trying to dismantle the system that you're then up against? And it's I think you need to be doing both. I think from my experience, so I did spend some time working in local government as a local government officer, feeling like you're torn in both of those directions. And I do think that there needs to be a willingness within local government and within national government to be really interventionist, and to, I would say, really proactively move away from this idea that the market just does what the market does, and then we can fund some nice entrepreneurialism in some pockets that we like around cooperative development, and say, actually, no, the market is, as it is currently hardwired, based on the path dependencies of the last 80 years, is hardwired to be quite destructive and exclusionary to all of these interventions and large parts of the population. And so there needs to be really proactive interventionism. There needs to be deliberate steps taken to shape how businesses are behaving, what things are getting funded, what things are getting planning permission, which communities are getting access to things. And I am a believer in that, you know, councils being bold about that and being supported by government to be bold about that. And then I think also just to say, there is a fundamental problem with the sort of the long entrenched patterns of exclusion. And I think one bugbear that I have is that often, even within the movement that we've got represented here today, when we're thinking about how to make things work better, we spend, I think, too much time thinking about how to help the poor excluded people be a bit less excluded and do better for themselves and pull themselves up by their bootstraps, and a bit too little time thinking, how do you make the system deliver better for everybody? So I suppose that's just something else that I think is important to consider.
Thank you very much. That's all really fantastic questions. Yes, the gentleman just here.
Thank you. I'm Abhadeep Singh. I'm a Labour and Cooperative Councillor in Sandwell in the West Midlands, also Cooperative Council Convener and a Campaigns Officer. For the last, well, for the life of this government, I've noted lots of small and big achievements and lots of important work starting to happen. And also noticed that a lot of that doesn't seem to find its way to the doorstep. I think the challenges that we have require a decade's worth of work. I can't overstate that. How are we going to sell this work, which is excellent, but needs to not just be a nebulous kind of conversation that we have here, but is really felt 4 years from now when we go back to the public and ask them to re-elect a Labour and co-op government.
Thank you, Matt. And we'll just make them a very small journey to the row in front of you. Thank you.
Very much. Jared Kidd, I'm Youth Officer for Spelthorne Co-op, Co-op and Spelthorne Labour Party. We've already touched on my question a little bit with the question about education, but I was just curious about what ways you think we can help empower young people to be good citizens in their communities within the cooperative movement, and how we can help set them up for success, basically. Thank you.
And the lady just at the front here, thank you.
Thank you. I'm Professor Cecile Wright. I'm on the NEC of the Co-operative Party. I'm also a local councillor. 50% of my residents, families in my ward, 50% of the families, 50% of the children are in dire poverty. Interestingly enough, educationally, that community is achieving relatively well because those families are aspirational in terms of their children's education. However, they experience systemic deprivation. And what they don't want is another bureaucracy. What they want is meaningful, serious, concerted investment in them and assisting them to realise their aspiration for their community and their families. So I don't see how £2 million can actually cut it, thinking about my ward. So please, let's start focusing on some of the structural and systemic inequality that affects our communities across the country. And we're not talking about 15 years, we're talking about going back to 2008. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rachel, I'll turn to you for that last question there. And yes, there's obviously been the recent Pride in Place funding announcement, £20 million for some of the most deprived communities across our country. But as the lady rightly says, it's not just about money, is it? It's something much fundamentally deeper than that.
Yeah. I mean, I think it comes back to what was raised earlier about this tension between sort of the mainstream and how the system just seems to run, and the system which puts 50% of your constituents into poverty, and then the sort of this area of exciting innovation where you can fund a program and 2 million can do some pretty amazing stuff, but it's not the same as the big bucks that is going through, you know, the wider system. And I think there's something about if what we have access to is the movements that are in this room and the kind of cash that is on the table to fund some of this infrastructure, which is more than there has been, you know, in recent years, how do you use that to leverage the bigger stuff? How do you, what can be done with the Pride in Place funding and other funds that sort of sit in that kind of scale and scope to build the asset, you know, to build the infrastructure, the ability for communities to have control over assets that against which they can then leverage in more funding? How does that kind of activity builds the relationships between a local council or a regional combined authority to feel like they've got more power to shape what inward investment actually looks like in the area and how those businesses behave? And I completely agree that really, if you're looking at changing the fundamentals, how the housing system works, how the you know, income generation system works, what the systemic deprivation is that leads people to end up in very, very different jobs with very different career prospects, that has to be a programme that sits across all parts of government. That's not just about, you know, Miata's brief as minister. That's all of the briefs that sit across all other parts of government. So I think we all need to be taking an interest in all of those sides and trying to get a seat at the table for what's going on with the housing system, the planning system, what's going on with you know, policies around how inward investment is attracted to places and how extractive that investment is or isn't. Labour rights, all of these things, they tie together.
Thank you very much. And Graham, I know you touched on the education piece a moment ago, but there's a fair point about how do we really kind of engage with younger people about what cooperatives are, what mutuals are, and why these are so important, not just to our wider society, but them as a kind of a future generation as well.
Yeah, I think it's also who we engage with, isn't it? I mean, I think certain young people have better opportunities to engage in these issues than others. I mean, when we talk about inequalities, we also know that the opportunities to participate in activities, be they associated with the co-op movement or other activities outside of the formal schooling, are distributed unequally. I think that many young people have great opportunities outside of what happens in the schools, and many don't. I mean, if you live I live in London now, in this city, there's so many opportunities for young people, but they're so unequally distributed. We've still got parts in London, outside London, we've still got communities where some young people never leave that community. I lived 10 years, I worked in Liverpool. I was in Liverpool, I worked in Speak. Garston, Speak's on the edge of Liverpool. There were kids in Speak who had been to Liverpool by 15 years old. So we're talking not just about who gets opportunities, what opportunities there are, but who gets those opportunities. Even the existence of the co-op movement and the opportunities it provides, there's lots of young people who have no idea that it's there for them. We've seen dissemination, destruction of the youth service, for instance, and we're looking forward to seeing the youth services, the youth justice paper coming out, I think, soon about the youth services. They've such a massive impact. Youth services have, youth clubs have on young people. Bringing those kind of activities back to young people will be a starting point, I think. Back to your question, how we empower them. I think you know what's there. It's can you reach those young people who need those opportunities to benefit, I think.
Thank you so much. And Miata, lastly to you, I guess in a way, we know as MPs, indeed, Minister, about all the stuff we are looking to do. I mean, some of our colleagues in the front row will know the pain of the late Monday nights and the trooping around the lobbies to vote for a huge breadth of agenda and policy change that we really hope and feel will make a real difference. But as the gentleman there says, people out there don't necessarily know about all the stuff that's happening, but also the difficult balancing act between needing to see and feel change now, when we also know there are very, very deep-rooted challenges which could take years to fix in the long term.
Yeah, and look, and that is the if you like, the big structural political question for us. And I'm going to sort of connect your question with the first question about 2 million doesn't cut it when we've got big systemic problems. Look, I think we need to tell a story about the change that we're trying to drive, and a consistent story with some big proof points. And, you know, for me, I always talk about the employment rights bill, because that is going to be game-changing for people in my constituency. I will often talk about the biggest boost to social housing that we're doing in a generation. You know, there are some key proof points that shows the radical ambition behind this government that we need to tell a story of. But candidly, people are very skeptical, and unless they see tangible stuff, they will not believe the storytelling. I think we need to tell the story to win hearts and minds against a very different type of story that's been told by the right. But people need to see tangible things. And it's those tangible things that will give us the permission to have the 10 years, because I completely agree with you. The sort of change, when Keir talks about that national renewal, that is a 10-year programme. We cannot and we will not do it in 5 years. So we need the permission to finish the job. And that is why I think something like Pride in Place matters. It's not out with or instead of the big structural. I talk about employment rights, I talk about the boost to the minimum wage, the work that Bridget is doing in our education system, the work Wes is doing to try to transform the NHS and get it off from its knees. So we have to do the big structural things. But the beauty for me in that programme is if you can show people who have lost all hope that politics can have any positive impact on their lives, here is a thing, and when we say we see you, and we give you resources, we give you agency, we give you money, and you can drive change. And people can start saying, well, we wanted that. Right, okay, we've actually got some money to do that. It creates belief. It creates belief that bigger change is possible, and it wins us, hopefully, the opportunity for us to say, things are getting better come 2029, give us another 5 years so we can finish the job. And we've got to do the big structural things as well. Every single department has to do its bit to drive the big change against the inheritance that I talked about. But what we have to do is show people tangible things. And Pride in Place is one, but for me, in the end, the tests come the next election will be, do you feel that you've got more money in your pocket? Do you feel better off? Can you start seeing visible improvements in our NHS, in our local community? And it doesn't have to all be fixed, and it will not all be fixed in 5 years' time. But people have to see that things are getting better in order to allow us to finish off the job. And for me, that is the art. So we need the story, but we also need the tangibles.
Fantastic. And we've got time for just a final three. The gentleman right at the back with the pamphlet in his hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Neil Turner, Wigan and Lee Co-op. My local authority has 22,000 houses, which at a conservative estimate of £50,000 a house would give you £1 billion. It has debts of £100 million. It's surely not beyond the wit of man and the Treasury to be able to create a vehicle in order to use those assets to build houses, communities that the borough needs, rather than houses which satisfy the profits of developers.
Thank you. The lady at the back? Yeah, thank you.
Thanks so much. Councillor Victoria Akintomade, Dartford Council member for Ebbsfleet. Just focusing on local government restructure, us in Kent are scheduled to submit our options at the end of November to the Secretary of State. And there's this increasing narrative locally that the restructure is happening to people rather than something that would actually benefit the community. And we know from a local party perspective of what the change would mean to our communities. But I'm just thinking from a central government perspective, are there any strategic communication plans that you guys have in place to show people what this policy change would actually mean to them tangibly?
Okay, thank you. And the last one, just the gentleman just there, thank you.
Councillor Peter Pillinger from Labour and Co-operative Councillor for South Ribble in Lancashire, where we still make Leyland trucks. I'm concerned about the nature of community in terms of size. If I live in Leyland, I know I live in Leyland, and we've got several tens of thousands of people. If I lived in Preston, it's a bigger area, but I'm particularly concerned for the rural communities where you might have only a few hundred who would identify with their particular village. In our local government reorganisation, we will have a number of unitaries in Lancashire instead of the county council, less borough councils, and now we're told there'll be 42 neighbourhoods. I just wonder where that figure comes from. I know it's the answer to life, the universe, and everything in some people's universes, but it's the idea that you have a uniform, this is the number you will have, rather than the research that goes in and says, this is the sort of community that we've got. which comes up from the grassroots? And if that's the case, why are the parishes not taken note of?
Thank you very much. Graham, those two particular last questions, although they're sort of different, are kind of rooted from coming from the same place around whether it's devolution being done to people or what does community and neighbourhood really mean. And do you have any kind of particular views on those two questions? Sorry, Graham.
Excellent. Yeah, I mean, I think the point was made earlier on that community means different things to different people. And I think in this context, it will do as well. I think, again, the last point was about against change and evolution in a way, because you were thinking about what community didn't mean to people have to mean going forward. You know, we want to change. There's a pace of change. We need to move things forward. We need to prove that Labour's making a difference. And the question before was very apt. We do need to do about our next government. We've got to take people with us in that journey as well. The desire to show that we are devolving and we're making new structures has to sit against the reality of where people actually feel they belong to. And that's not a static thing either, I don't think. And that's the point that's made earlier on. I mean, I got the previous point about communication is probably one that Miata can take on. But the question over there, I suppose, about housing as well, it probably isn't beyond the wit of man to devise different ways of finding affordable housing. But the housing question is a huge one, very different across the country as well. The housing question, I guess, in London is very different to the one we have, the question over there. But certainly, I think affordable housing is crucial to whatever Labour has to prove, and your tangibles you spoke about before, Miata, I'd say.
And Rachel, kind of similar question to you, really, about that sense of community, place, making sure, again, I guess it's a running theme throughout both this report and some of our discussion today.
Yeah, absolutely. Local government reorganisation, it sounds so dry, doesn't it? I work a lot with local councils, and actually I've worked in the last year a lot with district councils who are right in the middle of all of this. And I think at the beginning, when it was first announced, everybody just sort of felt incredibly rabbit in the headlights and what's this going to look like? And there's a lot of, there's a lot of detail to be worked through. But I think one thing that is quite interesting about the process is that what I'm seeing is that there is an opportunity, it's creating an opportunity for conversations about how you might want to design the new structures. And, I'm sure that sometimes those conversations are going in directions that citizens are not very happy about. But in some areas, I think it's throwing up a set of questions that hadn't been asked for quite a long time, and that's creating some interesting discussions, both about, well, actually, how are we going to organise ourselves and which kind of areas make most sense, and is this an opportunity to improve on what we had before? But also, how do we design some of these principles that we all feel are true? And this comes to questions that came before about, what this council and this set of councils should be doing is driving living standards and thinking about people's living standards. How do we embed that in all of the new founding documents that we're now putting together? I'm about to start work with a council who's creating their economic and place framework for the newly constituted combined authority. And they've the officers have been really smart and jumped on it and said, we've been meaning to embed public health outcomes into the economic growth framework for ages. Let's do it now. And then that's what they're doing. So I think I'm not necessarily giving I'm not sure if I think local government reorganisation is working well or not well in different places. I think it really varies. But I do think it creates an opportunity. It's stirring some stuff up. So I think that where there's people in the room, whether you've got good ideas that you've been kind of trying to land in the mainstream for a long time and the doors have been closed, now is a good time to be knocking on those doors and saying, while you're at it, while you're writing all these new documents, have you thought about putting something in there about the cooperative economy? So I think that's probably the opportunity, and I don't have anything hugely useful to say about the kind of specific questions about which scope and scale of whether parish councils can take things on. I think it varies massively, but hopefully that's a useful thought.
Absolutely. And we've got the same challenge in Suffolk. And the sense of place is fascinating when you're kind of pulling out this argument. Is it done on the traditional ceremonial boundaries? But actually, if you're up in Lowestoft, you might not feel the same identity as even someone half an hour down the road as you. It's a really fascinating theoretical, but actually now, as we found out, practical challenge when we're talking about unitarisation and everything else moving forward. Miata, there was a question about communication there around devolution, but I wondered also whether you wanted to tackle the gentleman's kind of point around housing stock and value around that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So, look, I completely agree that we need to do better communication around local government reorganisation for a purpose. So if you like, we've kick-start a process that actually most areas now says is necessary. I think it's something that the last government ducked for too long. And now there is a really interesting conversation about, well, for what are we doing this? And I think there are huge opportunities around living standards, the locus of, that idea of powerful municipalities that can drive living standards for their community, that can be at the heart of actually how we drive public service reform. I think there's a huge opportunity there as we are thinking about what is a process, to think about the things that it can do to benefit our communities and residents, which is the whole purpose of it. And I got a lot of challenge in the committee stage of the devolution white paper on this. I said, look, local government organisation is really hard and it is not fun. And we wouldn't be doing this if we didn't believe it would deliver better outcomes for people. And the conversation that we need to be having with the public, but also the conversation that is now organically happening with places that are thinking about what boundary makes sense, is what is the purpose? And actually, what does this mean in a world where we're thinking about the NHS and NHS at neighbourhoods, where we're thinking about police and police at neighbourhoods, where we're generally thinking about how do we do public service in a different way? How do we put reform local government at the very locus of that? And if I can just pick up the point on neighbourhoods. So we haven't and we will not specify what neighbourhoods or communities look like, because ultimately, as you say, it is for the community to define. What we will do is try to enable communities to come together so they can find their own locus. So if I take the example of Pride in Place, we used a methodology to identify areas of deprivation, but we've allowed flexibility for the community to come together and say, well, yes, it's this area, but actually it also includes here. Or this doesn't look quite right. And that will be our approach. For me, I think we are missing, and town and parish councils will have a role to play, absolutely. But across the country, we're missing that level. So my council, Southwark Council, we've got a neighbourhood forum. Some councils do different things. But it is really important, as we have local government reorganise, that we also have that neighbourhood structure, so communities have the locus that they can come together, have that conversation with their council, have that conversation with their mayor, but fundamentally drive things that are rooted in their communities and the priorities of their communities. And we will always put the communities in the driving seat of that. And just finally on housing. So look, I've worked on housing policy for a very long time, and my one insight on that is the only times that we have delivered 300,000 homes and come anywhere close to supply meeting demand was when the public sector stepped in to build. So absolutely have different players in the market, but unless you have council, housing associations backed by the public sector driving that change, we will not deliver the outcomes that we want to. Which is why, if you look at what Matt and Angela did and now Steve is doing in terms of Home England being a locus for trying to support and empower mayors and councils in order to drive social housing. 39 billion pounds, and when I was talking to the sector before the election, people did not think or believe that we could achieve that, and that is what we're committed to, and that is going to council housing, affordable housing, in order to equip our councils and the public sector to build again. There is a lot to do. But we've got really strong underpinnings, and we just have to keep building on that. We absolutely have to keep building on that. And from everything, the last team did and everything this team is doing, we are very, very clear about that, and we're trying to think about creative ways. So your point around how do we use our assets in order to enable places to borrow, to build more council and social housing, we are thinking about that in the context of financial transactions that have been agreed with the Treasury, where mayors are starting to think about, how do I combine grant funding on social housing with my ability to borrow, with my mayoral recyclable fund, in order to build and build at scale. So it is coming, is what I'd say. We require innovation. Not all of it will come from Whitehall. Some is coming from our areas that are thinking about creative ways in which they do this. But the state, backing councils, backing housing associations, backing cooperatives, is the way in which we get to the scale of housing that will solve the housing crisis.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Nick. Now, I feel like I'm at a book launch for the amount of times we're going to be plugging this today, but it is genuinely brilliant. So at this stage, I'd like to turn once more to my panel and ask, you all contributed to this really crucial report. Is there anything in particular, without giving it away, because we want everyone to read it, obviously, is there anything in particular you'd like everyone to take away from your particular part of this fantastic report?
Well, I've already talked about living standards. I think that runs through all of the contributions, actually. I was delighted to see everybody agreed on that. So to add the other point that we haven't really talked about much on this panel, but which I think comes through critically there as well, is business behaviours, is what I'm going to call it. When we talk about the cooperative movement, why? Why do we think cooperatives are better than other forms of business? For me, the question is about, do you have business models that enable you to do economic activity in ways that work well for people? Does the business model that you're trying to make stack up, make that easy, or does it make it difficult? And for me, the critical thing about a cooperative business model, or many business models that you find within the social economy, is that the point is that the basis on which they're run, the basis on which they measure their own success, the basis on which they try and deliver profits or reinvest profits, are set up so that if you're working in that business model and your goal is, let's try and generate better living standards for people first and foremost, the business model is working with you. And I think the trouble is that in much of the economy, the business model that mainstream businesses are using, even if the people in those businesses are good people and want to pay great wages and be really good businesses, it is harder. It is harder to make those things happen and make your business model stack up. And so you start to hear people talking about trade-offs, and we're going to have to trade off the kind of, do we make a profit, do we pay our investors back, versus do we raise wages? So I think there's something really that comes through there about the business. How do you grow the cooperative sector so that you have more businesses working with a business model that works, but also how do you support the other businesses who have business models which doesn't make that easy, doesn't make it impossible, it doesn't make it easy. How do you support them to get round those other business models and do these things anyway?
Thank you, Rachel. Graham, what's your big takeaway from grassroots?
I think the one point I made from the article I put in there was that we talked about pride in place, we'll come back to that in a moment, but it's about bringing together all the key stakeholders, institutions in a community. We talked before about whether 2 million was enough or not, but in any community, there are big budgets coming into the public and private sector in there, how they are linked together. Because if you think about initiatives, over the past 40 years, there's been an average, every 6 months, a government-funded regeneration initiative through Labour and Conservative governments. This kind of place is a really exciting initiative. I'm hugely behind it. It has to look different. It has to be long-term and structural as well in its impact. Not to be just another one of those every 6 months initiatives. And in doing that, it has to be a kind of catalyst, not just to affect that one community. Use that 2 million to anchor and influence all the rest of the investment that's in any one community. Through the health, through education, through the private sector. Bringing those together and embedding in there the principles of grassroots growth, co-op community. In those areas, you'll see the kind of long-term structural change which will make a real impact and transformation.
Thank you, Graham. And Miata.
I mean, look, we've covered a lot of it. I think the two things that I would bring out is both the power of devolution, but in that process creating a very different type of state. So I talk about an active state. I think we've got one of the most interventionist active states that we have seen for decades, what we're trying to do on industrial strategy, what we're doing on employment rights. This is the state saying it is our job to rewire and change the way that the economy works. And I think the opportunity as we push power down and the responsibility of those levels of government, I've talked about, empowered municipalities, empowered mayors, seeing their job as rewiring the economy, seeing their job as fundamentally enabling, building and creating the cooperative economy. So we are doing devolution for a purpose. It is a process, yes, but it is fundamentally a process about rewiring the status quo, rewiring the economic settlement. And for me, that is the most powerful and the most exciting part of the project.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Thank you. One last plug, grassroots growth, online or probably not in bookshops near you, but certainly ask the staff for a hard copy. I'm sure it'll find their way. Can I just say a huge thank you to all of you, obviously, for coming this afternoon, but first of all, to Rachel Lawrence. Thank you. Professor Graham Atherton, thank you. And last but certainly not least, Miata van der Loo, thank you. I've now got a note on my card which says, say something nice about Joe before... I need a couple of minutes to think about that. But before I do, can I just say I've been coming to Co-operative Party conferences for the best part of a decade and a half, and I think it's a good moment to reflect on just how far our party has come. I think those who've also been to Co-op Party conferences will agree. What we're experiencing this year is unlike anything else we've had for a very, very long time. You can see it through the sheer size of the audiences now, but also the sheer size of the backdrops too. I'm not sure aircraft hangars in a couple of years' time are going to be able to sustain this. But while we say this, can we just say a huge thank you, a huge round of applause to every single member of Co-operative Party staff who put this on today. And look, whilst this is very much a team sport, every team does need a captain too. And whilst we're reflecting on where we are as a party with our conference today, it's also worth reflecting again about where we are as a party of power and of government as well. I am a very proud Labour and Co-operative MP. There are more than 40 of us now in Parliament. That is absolutely phenomenal. And not just in Parliament, at every level of our government too. And actually, not just every layer of our government, we are delivering cooperative policies that will make a life-changing difference for people up and down our country. The Pride in Place Fund, community energy, assault against shop workers, and so much else beyond that. This is now legislation, policy that has been put into action because we've campaigned for years and years. We've campaigned away as a cooperative party. And as I said, the captain of that party is Joe Fortune. This wouldn't be possible without our fantastic Co-operative Party staff, but it definitely wouldn't be possible without our General Secretary, Joe Fortune.
Jack is a good friend and he's now £20 richer. Jack, thank you very much for that quite unnecessary introduction. Some people call this the graveyard shift. I call this the only amount of minutes that I could get out of my staff team. So no, and Jack's absolutely right. This is a team sport. All of you in this room, all of our members, all of our activists, all of our elected representatives, so all of the cooperative movement who supports us. It is a team sport. And Jack's also right to highlight our team, our staff team. I've worked with them and alongside them for many, many years, and they are a fantastic and dedicated bunch of people. They got up every single day to run into the brick walls on our behalf. It is an amazing piece. It's an inspiring piece to me. I hope it comes across to yourselves as well. I also want to just touch on a couple of individual members of the team, which is something I don't often do because it is one sport. But today has been the Community Britain Conference. And you've heard some of the most amazing pieces of policy come from Community Britain. You've heard the government start to talk in the language. You've seen the trade union movement echo those values and principles. And there are a couple of members of the team who have driven this. They have really gone for it. Over the last, this started in February, and look at where we are now. Imagine where we're going to be next year. And I want to say to Caitlin Prowell and Georgia O'Brien, who are probably the actual captains of the team, thank you very much for everything you've done, and thank you to the whole Co-operative Party team. This has been an outward-looking conference already, and we've got much more to come tomorrow. We've heard from our party chair, Jim McMahon. We've heard from so many fantastic speakers over the last few hours. I just wanted to reflect ever so briefly about ourselves within the party. I just wanted us to take that half step back and think about what this looks like for us and what our ambition is and where we're going into the future. I've been a member of the Co-operative Party staff since 2009. I was younger, somewhat slimmer. We had smaller backdrops. My head came on the top of it. I've seen other changes, and the team will thank me for not going through each single one of them today. But it is still a wild honour for me to get up and articulate the sort of politics and fight for the sort of campaigns that we do. It's a wild luxury that I have in this role, and I don't take it for granted in any way. I remain as ambitious and dedicated to this party's growth and success than I've ever been. I think that we're starting to see some of those results, but I know that there's more to come. In my first conference as General Secretary of this party was 2019. Some colleagues may have been with us in Glasgow. I think the wind was just about as bad and the rain was certainly as hard. But if you think back to that conference in Glasgow, we had a young shadow cabinet minister come and address conference. They revealed to us for the first time that their father was a tool maker. And now I'm not sure what became of that young shadow cabinet minister, but I also remember other aspects of that conference as well. I remember that I said to conference in my first go, I said that I wanted us to grow the number of Co-operative Party supporters and members. I knew we weren't where we needed to be. I knew it didn't sit with our ambition. I knew it didn't sit with the power and potential that our movement has. Now, we said that we wanted to do that. And together, all of us in this room, not one person, not a small number of people, but all of us in this room and this party, we've grown our supporter base by 100% since 2019. We've doubled it. We're going to double the cooperative sector, but we've doubled our supporter base. We've grown our membership. When others have strived within membership, we've grown. We've grown 30% on our membership since 2019. These are historic highs. And now we also said that together we wanted to grow our elected representative base. We knew we needed to do that. We knew we needed cooperators at decision-making tables at all levels of government. We couldn't be 40 here, 2 there. We couldn't be that. We needed to be more. We needed to pack the punch that the cooperative movement deserves from us. And since 2019, look at where we were. Again, we've doubled. We've doubled our elected representatives since that conference in 2019, now standing at over 1,500. That's a historic high for this party, which is 110 years old. We knew we needed to carry our message outside of the conference room. We weren't satisfied with saying it to ourselves. We knew we needed to pack a greater punch within our campaigns and within our activity. That's what we said together. In 2019, we came together and we said that. Now look at what we've done since 2019. Look at the difference that we've made. If you think about some of our campaigns, whether it be on modern slavery, on food justice, on better protection for retail workers, and Georgia knows that list goes on and on and on and on. And we've worked tirelessly to get our message out from our conference room, out from our meeting rooms, out from our offices, and into the public domain, into public policy, into politics. And I believe it's working, and we're doing it together. We are doing it together, and it's working. From my point of view, we also said that we needed to do well at the general election. We knew we needed to do that. We'd had 14 years in opposition in Westminster. We knew it'd been hard. We'd built our party, we'd built the campaign, and we'd built the membership, we'd built the elected representative, and now we had to make it count at that general election. To do that, we knew we had to campaign like we'd never done before. We needed to support our candidates like we'd never done before. We needed to have rock-solid commitments from our sister party like we'd never had before. Together, we did it. We did do that. Remarkable result. It's in, well, of course, it's in annual reports and other things, but it's also in our minds. It's also in our memories. That's what we did together. We did put ourselves as a party into those spaces. Think about those commitments really briefly. And we've touched on them. People have talked about them today. We talked about double the size of the cooperative sector. Now, that's a world-leading commitment from any government to any part of the cooperative movement around the world. That's what we have in the UK. That's why it's precious. It's the biggest single commitment to any cooperative sector around the world. And it's not because we just want to double. It's because of all the brilliant things that our movement does, all the things we've talked about in this day alone. We want more of it. Jim talked about it this morning. Why do we want to grow? Because we know cooperatives are more resilient. We know they're more equitable. We know they're more productive. We know they generate community empowerment. Why on earth wouldn't we want double of that in this country? It's a remarkable achievement from this party to achieve that and now to be driving it forward, not for it to be forgotten. You heard the business secretary today. You heard them starting to talk about some of the underpinnings of what that growth looks like. We know as a sector, in order to grow, as a movement, in order to grow, we need adequate legislation. How is it that cooperatives labour under legislation from 1968? What other part of the business models labour under legislation from 1968? It's not on. What other sector of business has to consider regulators who have got very little understanding of them? Regulation which takes no account of them. No one else does. Why should we? Why should we? This state and the country spend tens and hundreds of millions of pounds on business support. Of course, it's right. We need a strong economy. Something very unique and beautiful, and it deserves some of that support as well. We need that development support. We need the access to finance, and the Co-operative Party is at a point in time where we have an opportunity to do it because of all the work that we did. Now that's the challenge in front of us as we go forward. Are we bold enough to have done what we did since 2019? Are we bold enough to now take the next step? Are we bold enough to take the next step to see 1 million owners of energy in this country? Are we bold enough to push the local power plan through? Is that what we are? Because I haven't just talked about this. I haven't just turned up just to say that this is a great policy idea. I've turned up to see it. I've turned up to see those communities be empowered through our values and principles. I've turned up to see the power of the cohesion that our movement can give. That's what I've turned up for. I want to see that 1 million owners. I want to see the local power plan happen. The community, we've talked about the English Devolution and Community Development Bill today. You've heard it. I'll tell you something, it's not called the English Devolution and Community Development Bill without the Co-op Party. Think about this. This is the first time in over 15 years that the word community has been used in UK legislation title. I put it a government bill. First time. I'm turning pages as if I'm reading. Caitlin will be pleased that I'm using every word I've got. The different audience, different speech. Not just the word community in that bill, but the word empowerment, something we've heard an awful lot around here today, quite right. It's the first time ever in UK legislation that the word empowerment has been used in the title. It's amazing. And I won't go into every aspect of that bill. I won't go into the community right to buy, a remarkably radical market augmentation in favour of community ownership. I won't talk about the sports centres. I won't talk about the localism powers, because we've heard it here from government ministers. We've heard it from the government here in Westminster. So the opportunity is real, friends, and that is all of your work. It's all of our party's work. We should be proud, but we should be blooming determined for the future as well. In my view, the Community Britain campaign has been a revelation. This is a tipping point. This came from a vision of a country that we wanted to be in. We wanted to be in a better Britain, not a bitter Britain. We didn't want our heads patted and said, well, this is all very well and good, but it's a nice to have. It's not a nice to have. It's an absolute imperative for public policy. It's an imperative for our country's future. That's what this Community Britain campaign offers. You've heard some of the aspects of it today, but our ambition goes much further. We've heard about the trust, the yearning for trust in local decision-making within our movement. You've heard about that from panels on Community Britain too. You've heard about the stories of Community Britain. Something too often overlooked is the ability to tell the story of what's happening already up and down your own high streets, around your friend's corner, in your own street. We're starting to be able to put the spotlight into that as well. And now we've just had the economic underpinnings of that argument from our last panel. It's a remarkable legacy that we are building, and I'm not finished, and I don't believe you are finished either. And I'm not finished with this speech. Alex Norris has come along, and I'm going to give him his full 35 minutes. No. This is where we're up to as a party. This is the opportunity that we have. This is the ambition that we must share. We must go much further as a party. We are not finished. I want to come back in 5 years and say, well, look, we said we're going to do a number of things and we've done them. I want to be able to say that we've got our message much more out there. We've had a remarkable year in terms of media and visibility, but it's not enough. Our ambition is for more. So I want to come back and say that we got that better. We got it right. We put ourselves in a position of having that coverage, having that visibility, having that pride in our brand. I want to come back and say that we've done that. I want to say that we've delivered. I want to be able to say, we've seen it, haven't we? We've seen it. I want us to have amazing elections next year. We've got huge elections next year. We're going to stand 1,000 candidates again. We've got big elections in Scotland and Wales and in the English local elections. I want us to be proud about what we put into them. I want us to be able to come back and say, yeah, we gave that a real go. We gave that a real go because of the values and principles which comes from our movement and the difference that we can make if we get at those decision-making tables. I want us to remain that key role. Today, what I really loved about today was the trade union movement, the top of the Labour Party and the top of the co-operative movement together. That's the three legs of the stool which maintains proper representation within this country, in my view. Now, we're going to face some challenge. We're going to have to stick to our values. We've heard it today. We've heard it from the floor today. We've heard those who are wedded to division. We've heard those wedded to using the language of community, to sow division, to make us scared of one another, to push us further apart. We've heard that. We hear it every blooming day. We open up the different various media pieces that we are subjected to. We know that this is on our doorstep. Now, why this work and why this party is so important is because we are that conscience, we are that true embodiment of labour and cooperative values which rejects that division, which understands the true value of the politics which sits underneath it, and we have the ability to affect it. I want us to look back in time to come, most importantly, and say we were part and parcel of keeping this Britain better, not bitter. I want to make sure we're part and parcel of a Britain that I want to be part of, you want to be part of, and the cooperative movement flourishes in. Thank you very much. Thank you. Friends, thank you for that. And now part two. Absolutely not. Tonight, we have a reception where we can enjoy one another's company. We can come together as co-operators. We can share the stories and share our ambition for the future. It's going to start outside here any moment. So I want us to do that in the next 5 or 10 minutes. I also want you to give us your ideas for Community Britain. There's QR codes on your programmes. There's QR codes on walls. There's probably QR codes, yes, on the big screen. Well done, Andy. So make sure you're giving us those ideas. Make sure you enjoy this evening, and I look forward to tomorrow. Thank you.